Hi, hey guys, how are you all doing today? HTK, what's up? Skyven, good day, my man. How are you? Gosling, what's going on, man? Ren, how are you, my dude? Alex, hello. A Moon Rabbit, hello. Welcome, my friends. How are you doing today? Okay, we are on the new internet now. They left it laying around, Skyven. Well claimed, my friend. Well claimed. How you doing, Skyven? Have you got any more holidays this year? I know you like a good holiday. September. Are you going surfing, man? Where are you going? What are you doing? Right. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. We should be live on all platforms now. Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. We're live on the internet. Do not say fuck or bugger. Oops. Right, yeah, we're watching SCL today. And it's a disgustingly long one. I didn't realize it's going to be this long. It's a long one, but because we're not watching it live, we can watch it at 1.5 times speed, which is probably the speed you'd want to watch it anyway, ideally. I've only got the Twitch bot up at the moment. They haven't put the YouTube one up yet. But we don't often watch Star Citizen lives. They're often a little bit of a drag, let's be honest, these days. But every now and then, there's a good one. Benoit's worth watching. And especially in light of the fact that the game is running like absolute doo-doo at the moment. And people have lots of questions. I know I have some questions. I have some demands and some questions. About just the way the game is running and stuff. And Benoit is the guy that works at Montreal. He's the head. He's like the... You know, you got like Chris Roberts, you got Richard Tyra, and you got Benoit. Like those are they're the gang leaders. They're the kingpins, if you will. What's up, Arabic? So, you know, he runs the tech development side of the company, essentially. So it's always good to hear what he has to say about what the hell's going on with the game. Hey, Liam, what's up? Roscoe, good evening. Akash, hello. What's your up now? Say, what? Why are you over here, Moon Rabbit? What's going on? Have you abandoned Kick once and for all? SCL today was excellent. Lots of transparency about recent issues. Oh, really? Transparency, you say? I like transparency. Skyben says, surfing in Portugal. Fuck yeah. Is there anywhere to surf in Germany? Skyben? Can you not just surf in Germany? We'll just have to suffer through these summer before bugs and heat. Yep, bugs and heat. Absolutely, absolutely. Good afternoon. I'm guessing servers are still spitting out 60k errors. Do you know what, Nova? I don't know. I haven't tried yet. So they might be a little bit better, but they are working on a hotfix. So probably not. Locke says, SC has cooked my butt. It's cooked your butt, Locke. Well, it must really be cooking then. If it's cooked that ass.
Hello, 07.
Yes, on a standing wave, else go to the Netherlands. What do you mean a standing wave, Skyven? Hello, Warpen. Warpen, thank you very much for the 84 months. It is much appreciated, sir. Guten Abend to you. Thanks, Warpen. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Appreciate the 84 bloody months. Thanks a lot. Liam says, just tested my 5080. Oh, really? And just put it in. How's it going? Probably noticing a big improvement with it. See, actually, I don't know what your GPU you're going from, but probably noticing a big improvement either way. 5080 is a beast. I don't know what CPU you've got it paired with, but obviously the CPU makes a big difference as well. So yeah, it's quite a long one, guys. It's like, we're in for the long haul on this one, but Harabek says it's a good one. Lots of transparency. So Server 60Ks yesterday were due to a big with the... Server 60Ks yesterday were due to a bug with the Idris that managed to skip through validation checks. So the game was trying to spawn an incompatible version of the Idris and it was causing crashes. That's hilarious. That's what was causing the server errors? Interesting. Well, I look forward to hearing what Benoit has to say about it. So the 60Ks are basically gone for now. That's good. It's not cooked. The IC pointed out to be they at least have an idea what the heck is going on and how they want to improve the process. Yeah, it's just an expression lock. Don't worry, buddy. Don't worry. Star Citizen's not cooked. Right? It's just an expression. It's a title. It made you click and come in and tell me it's not cooked, right? So, you know, the game is in a bit of a poor state right now, but that doesn't make a very good title, does it? Star Citizen is in a little bit of a poor state. You know? Come from 3080 Ti to 5080, says Liam. Ah, okay. I don't actually know the difference between the Ti and the 5080, but I mean, it must have been worth it for you to pick one up. It needs some stirring, Yusuf. How's it going, man? Yeah. Anyone else losing frames? Don't tell me that, Skyman. No, I'm not losing any frames on my side. Don't tell me that because I've just upgraded my internet to get rid of those kind of things. I am now on a crazy speed. So if you're on YouTube, I'm sending double the bitrate now. And I'm sending like 2K over what Twitch and Kick can take, although that can sometimes cause problems. It doesn't seem to be causing any problems. Yeah, I upgraded, guys. You know, we're having issues with like streaming and stuff. Before I was getting some drop rates and things, you know, drop bit rate. It's because I just didn't have enough upload. I needed a little bit more uploads. Like when we're streaming on multi-platforms and also like watching a video or reacting to something, it would basically use up my upload. So upload is still like, you know, behind a lot of other companies, but it's the best I can get from my ISP. Considering I went from 35 megs to 100, I'm more than happy. And the download went from 350 to almost a gig, basically. It's gig internet, gig fiber, so... it's speedy, it's fast, it's lovely. And hopefully this stream runs well and it's all good. And no problems. But yeah, it's going nicely now. Hopefully no issues. Moving forward. Moving forward. The upload hurts to see. I know, it's crazy. Virgin Media sucks with their upload, but I'm not switching ISP. Plus, they basically gave me the upgrade for the price of my existing subscription. But 100, I mean, what else are you going to need that much more upload for? There's not really anything else that's going to push me beyond, like, 50. You forgot the notification again? No, I didn't. On where? What notification? What are you talking about? Don't lie to me. It's there on Discord. Caesar, what's going on, man? Who you got for the World Cup? And SC is kind of cooked. I don't watch the foosball, I'm afraid. So I don't know, and I don't really care, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm more interested in, like, the social interactions and people visiting America for the first time and, you know, being enamored by the food and, food. I'm used to the Twitch chat and the IC and my org being extremely salty about the game right now. Oh, okay, Locke. It's not my first rodeo, Locke. I've been here a long time, man. I've been through worse. Yesterday was awful, though. I literally couldn't play or stream the game at all. I had to play an Arena Commander. It was server error after server error. So, you know, relative to the last few months, it's kind of cooked. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Sacco. Like, I don't know what else I'm going to need that more beyond that, to be honest. Thoughts on the future plans of SC? Actually cooked? No! Oh, why are people taking my title so seriously? People are going to start thinking I'm like trying to... What's the word? Rage bait. I'm not that serious. I mean, it's just cooked at the moment. Things are running poorly. Like, the game is... The desync is the worst it's ever been. The stability of the servers is questionable. Like, 30Ks are returning. Server errors are more frequent. Yesterday was endless server errors. They've run 2 maintenance windows, and after both maintenance window, the game's actually been worse. So, with respect to that, over the last few weeks, yes, Star Citizen is cooked. It's not fully cooked. Not dead yet. Right? It's not a dead game yet. They've still got $1 billion to work with, right? So, it's just you know, oh, it's a clickbaity title, I guess, but. Look, when you become a content creator, you have to sell a little bit of your soul every other day, okay? So, don't blame me. Blame the game. Yeah, we're watching the Tech Talk.
Reiterate again that every aspect of Star Citizen is still a work in progress. We're in alpha.
If it's cooked, it's ready to consume, right? Yes, the ingredients.
This needs to be done properly and done properly from the beginning.
It's ready to eat. Thank you, Harabek. That's more like it. It's not rage bait, it's engagement bait. Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, we are watching the Tech Talk. I don't want to waste too much time. Not waste time. I don't want to spend too much time before the video talking because the frickin' thing is going to run. It's a 2-hour 53 frickin' VOD. The first 35 minutes is just them showing behind the scenes, setting up the studio. So we're not too concerned about that. And I'm going to be running the thing at 1.5 times speed. And then when I've watched it, that'll be it. I'll be going to bed. when we've watched it and discussed it, I'm going to bed. And then tomorrow, I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Probably trying to play Star Citizen, assuming it's better by then. I think they're talking about 4.9 potentially going to Evo tomorrow. But might also be delayed, so I don't know. Hey, Sandman, how's it going, buddy? B14, hello, good to see you. Armor, I have downloaded Armor Reforger now, Liam. Took me like 5 minutes with my new internet. I'm not going to read that, Harabek. I don't want spoilers, man. Thanks, though. Carl! What's going on, dude? What the fuck? My streak is gone. What the? Yeah. I wonder, did your sub end, Carl, when I had that pause in memberships? When YouTube paused my memberships, because I changed the payout method. Did it lapse over or something? But it wouldn't have been more than like a month. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been more than a month, so you should retain the streak. It was only a week at most. For God's sake, man, that's really pissed me off because that, I didn't know, there was no warning that was going to happen, and then I had like the fallout to deal with, and then it didn't correct itself for like a good few days, and now you guys are potentially lost streaks. I'll have to, maybe there's a way to get those fixed or reinstate those. I'll have to look into it. Sorry about that though, Carl. Thank you so much though, man. I appreciate it. I'm sorry about that. There might be a way to like get that reinstated or something. It should never lose the streak. Like, it's not a streak. It's how long you've been subbed for. If you sub for 8 months, disappear for a year, and then come back and resub, that's 9 months. So I don't understand. You shouldn't have lost the streak. Maybe it's a temporary glitch or something. Oh, the 100-month coin arrived. Looks good. Hanging below the second screen. Awesome, Skyven. Glad it got there, dude. Good to hear it. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Gloomgun. No Nookie stream today, dude. No Nookie stream, my friend. Yeah. So, yeah, welcome, everybody. Sorry, did I miss anybody coming in? I don't think I did. Edgy, what's up, man? I know, Edgy. Silly me, silly me. Q-Pan, hello. I know a lot of long-time players who recently got very angry with the game recently. Yeah, well, it's warranted, right? It's all warranted. Just the way the game is right now. Spacebud says, my autistic ass took that title as it was. Yeah. Sorry to the autists out there. I'm sorry. Thanks for editing that down. Appreciate it, bro. Wait, editing what down, clown. Right. Okay, let's get going.
It's going to be and whatnot. You and I, we've been doing this
Let's get going, shall
every
we?
quarter for the last, since the big change, the beginning of last year. We started, the February of 2025 and stuff like this. We've still got that show, and we're still.
It is at 1.5 times speed. Just again, to let you know. Hey, Bob Lee. Good plan. Good plan. Taco, thank you for the follow.
Going to do a bunch of that show, but we just put.
It's not edited down, flying.
482. So we just put 482 out yesterday. I've got you. We're live.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, it started with an attempt at a bug fix a month ago. So with this 4.8 release and the way we've been doing patches this year, we have 2 streams when we work off from the working set. We have a base stream that we use for the base release of 4.0, and we have a hotfix stream where we bring all the continuous changes along. So there was an attempt at bug fixing something on the Idris that was actually creating some
All right, this is what
performance issue somewhere else that was checked into that stream. Nobody saw it, and it went through. So we've been on the hotfix stream now for 4.1, now going to 4.2. In 4.2, we went back to the base stream, which are supposed to be at parity at this point, except additional content, because we've added additional content in the patch. That change was included. And so what's supposed to be a routine update became a massive, wide sprawling issue because basically the Idris was no longer compatible with its persisted copy. And so what that would do is players have in their ASOP terminal, they have a version of the Idris that's from 4.8.1. This change, which was not supposed to be in the stream at all, gets in there. And so now the game server is expecting another shape for this. The game server has a series of checks and balances for this, but he's the last banker in the chain. And so for him, if the schema is incompatible, he's like, there's data corruption risk, I'm out. And so
Who's he in this analogy?
he's the game server, basically, right? So the game server is trying to spawn the Idris, wherever it is, right?
What the hell did they do to the Idris then?
Chain. And so as he's trying to resolve the object containers for this and to materialize the ship in game, he comes around an incompatibility, and then there's a hard check for this, because if we let those through, if we disarm this check, for example, then the game server might corrupt ships or might be twisting data, and then we would go wider than that, and so the game server would crash. So
there's all this. So there's all this stuff that we have to work on and fix. There's all this stuff that we are working on and fixing. And yesterday, in a patch that was just supposed to add, the 2 new, GATAC ships and some hot fixes to some of the more persistent
bring back the
issues,
odd fixes from the hotfix branch and move forward.
Completely unrelated check-in to the Idris.
Yes.
Somehow made it through validation or missed validation.
Correct.
It's like this, got in, and now the server, which is still built, the persistence records, which are still built on 4.8.1, and expecting a 4.8.1 version of the ship.
Also 4.8.0.
4.8.0.
They're compatible.
Really? Okay. So it's expecting a 4.8.0 version of the ship, got a 4.8.2 version of the ship without knowing that there was supposed to be a difference. And
I just got here. Why was the Idris incompatible? They won't. They probably won't tell us. Maybe they'll tell us. That's crazy. Who's the son of a bitch that let that code slip in? They got to trace that back and find out who that was. I'm going to say it was Elliot, even though Elliot has nothing to do with it. It's got to be Elliot. So that's how easy it is, guys, to bring the game to an absolute standstill. Just slip in a different shaped Idris. Hey, Clack, what's up, dude? That's strange. Interesting. Something that would be cool if they had decent quality control. It's a good point. They are pushing these patches out rapid with no PTU time. This sort of thing's never really happened before, I don't think. It's the first time this has happened. This is what's going to happen, I guess, if you keep rushing things. Blaming someone specific doesn't make a good team atmosphere. Yeah, you're right. We just blame Chris Roberts. It's easier to blame the guy at the top, right? He's outside of the team after all. He's on the pedestal. We can blame him. Yeah, Alex? That sounds better. Ultimatum. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder what they've done to the Idris. I don't know.
that's when, all right, I'm gonna head out.
That's right.
You did the SpongeBob meme.
Yeah, and so every time an Idris would be attempted to spawn, that server in that region would crash, and then restart, and then try to load the Idris again, and then crash again. And so as players were unsnowing more Idrises and more shards, more servers got affected, until you reach a point where now the ops team is in the background. They're like lighting all the fires.
That's so funny.
Yeah, you were
calling the Rohan.
I saw you online like 3:30 this morning.
Yeah,
all these people spawning their Idrises having no idea what they were causing.
We start cordoning off shards because at the beginning we're not sure what the issue is. So we start cordoning off shards, and what happens in this case is like the more shards are getting offline, the more the less capacity we have for players that are either entering the game or shard hopping. We have a lot of people shard hopping. And so what happens is they hit the dreaded 60,012 error, which means A, there's no capacity in their zone. There is capacity, but
I'm assuming you didn't see a yellow submarine.
And so we took a hard decision later in the night to prevent players from spawning Idrises temporarily, just to kind of stop breaking other shards. We brought more shards online to keep that playing. And then we basically went through and manually rectified. That's what we call percussive maintenance. When you see that in the status, it means we went in and we did a drastic measure to basically fix the Idrises that were either spawned in shards or still left in inventories to make sure that they had the proper scheme. And so now we know that all the Idrises are fine. We've lifted that temporary stoppage for that ship. Okay. And so now we're back.
Don't worry, guys. If you guys spawn your Idrises now.
Completely out of left field. Absolutely unrelated to all the stuff that we're working on, the stuff that the patch was supposed to be and whatnot. This is
a Cabra trays being spawned by some subcomponent in the Idris cargo room.
And it's not even anything specific. In this case, it's the Idris, but it's not because it's a capital ship or anything. It's just.
It could have been any in that case. So normally there's a check-in discipline that we apply, especially this year, because we have a different publishing model this year. And so ships that have been distributed already in a given minor patch cannot be modified. Now, for some reason, this check-in passed all the validation check and ended up in the build.
This is. We're gonna get to the show proper, guys. With what happened last night and Benoit up until all hours of the night, to say this is frustrating is an understatement. It's. I'm gonna give you some time. We're gonna get into the show proper, and then I'm gonna come back at some point about why is this happening and whatnot. It's if I've got you here, I've got you guys here. We have to get into it. We have to get into it.
Absolutely.
He's gonna grill him.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
I've got to say, Lando's getting better with these SCLs at asking the tough questions. So hopefully we'll get, guys are saying it was a good SCL. Berlin, thanks, man. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate it. They broke my boat. Has the issue been slowly amplifying since 481, or was it just 482? It seems the Idris model in whatever was happening with the Idris model in 482 was not compatible with 481 or 480. Yeah. Just got in. How bad is it cooked? It's not that bad, Booty. Man, I got to change this title. I'm not trying to rage bait. It's just an expression. Oh man, the game's cooked at the moment. It's just an expression. Just an expression. The game's in a bad state. It's cooked at the moment for sure, but it's not cooked. It's not cooked. It's just cooked at the moment. It's just bad. It's just, the server errors. The game's been desyncy for a while. It's not in a good spot. Not in a great spot. Anyway, this is a tech talk with Benoit. He's the guy that's responsible for it all. So it's a good, interesting video, SCL to watch, because his insights and information he can share with us should hopefully shine a light a little bit on what the hell's going on in the back end. Because like I said earlier, it's like the desync has been so bad for months. Other things are getting worse. I hope he addresses that. That was one of the top voted questions. It's roasted. Roasted, stir-fried. It's fucking raw. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad. Leave it up. These Philistines need to chill. Yeah.
Go ahead and get started with the show. Hi, everybody. It's a very weird start to the show. I'm Jared. Content director for Cloud Imperium Games, Proper Space Industries, and the host of Star Citizen Live, which is the show that you're watching right now. Approximately every quarter for the last year and a half, we have a show where we have a scheduled show where we have our chief technical, what is essential of the piece view and the current technical state of the game. Now, 4.8 at this point went out about 4 weeks ago. Yeah. About 4 weeks ago. There was a lot of really great stuff. Before we just had a couple unscripted minutes about some bad stuff, and we're going to get to more challenging stuff in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about how 4.8 did. There was a lot of commentary online that 4.8 was as bad as 3.18
I didn't lose
and whatnot. We don't need to rehash 3.18 whatnot. Most people watching the show knows 3.18 at this point. Was it really as bad as 3.18? Or talk to me about what was your
it isn't. But
your take on how 4.8 went.
Well, for me, if I take from the machine room side of things, we've been firefighting since we launched 4.8. I mean, from a whole slew of different issues. Some of them are to be expected when we launch a patch that has this many amount of core changes. Like 4.8 has, we've touched on systems that are really central to the traversal again. So we're talking about the entitlement system, which has not changed in years at this point, and we've completely overhauled the entitlement system in 4.8 to power, in part, the item input system, but more importantly, to pull the entitlements out of the patch cycle and persist them across patches. So what we call the LTP layer is not just what you have in your inventory, it's also what you own. Your ships and all of the items that you purchase in game now have an entitlement record that holds the insurance loadouts for it, all of the customizations that you make out of it, and that's hosted outside the game, not outside the game, but outside the game patch, which means that when we come back from a patch, there's no risk of, oh, I'm not getting my ship back, right? What you see in ASOP in the first patch will be exactly the same data source in the second patch. And so that risk of like losing ships across is completely gone. So we're very happy. In fact, that bit actually went very well in 4.8, even though up to the launch, it was, there's always last minute things to look at. But we have been firefighting across a multitude of different issues that were tangential to that. Some of them we can touch on a little bit because I've made some notes to talk about gameplay systems here and why they were affected by some minor infrastructure issues that turned out to be massively contributing to the perception of the patch. So I'll talk a bit about that in a bit, but basically we've been firefighting since 4.8.0. I want to touch on one thing because we just had a one off the cuff moment about the Idris last night, right? But 2 weeks prior to
so just the entitlement, what did he call it? Entitlement entitlement feature. That it was introduced in 4.8, or at least altered in 4.8, and it's had a knock-on effect to game systems, and I guess the back end entitlement system. Yeah, it's had a knock-on effect on the back end, essentially, which would explain some things, I guess, which is interesting, because that wasn't really... Because 4.8 arrived, and everybody's been playing, and everybody's been like, well, I don't understand why things are worse. Like, there's no back-end systems that were changed in 4.0, because none of that was in the notes. But it's one of those things that just doesn't make it to the notes, I guess. Or was it in the notes? Was it in the patch notes of 4.8? I'd have to take a look. But I remember 4.8 coming and no one being like, well, there's not, everybody's like, there's no big changes, like tech-wise. It's basically just a content patch for the most part. So, yeah, I mean, that's interesting. That would explain some things, I guess. I mean, forgiven, it's true. It's true to some degree, man. I give them maybe $20 a year. I don't personally spend a lot of money, but yeah, I mean, people do. Would things be different if people stopped spending as much? Maybe.
That we had another downtime patch that needed a lot of rectification. So the people that the teams that run the online group were hard at work on this maintenance. And unfortunately, another one of those unwanted check-ins came in during that 4.8.1 cycle, where in an attempt to fix the VGL flight suits that was missing hands and feet, another check-in came in that removed subcomponents of this flight suits, but not just removed them from the flight suit, deleted them from existence from the game, and that's not something that you can do in a minor patch. And so clearly, that's 2 instances in this patch where changes and check-ins should have been validated and prevented and went in, and then after that became an infrastructure problem, because same issue here. If somebody was wearing the VGL flight suit and referred to these entity classes that were actually representing, I think, the nozzle and the front pack of the suit, then the game server would crash. And so we had, again, to do percussive maintenance to remove those items and fix that. And so that highlights to me a massive issue with how we validate check-ins and how we get changes in the game across persistence until we have full forward porting compatibility on the persistence layer, which we don't have at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap, that's scary, eh? I am, got to be such a bitch to be in Benoit's position and on the team that deals with this kind of shit. What a headache, dude! What a headache. It would change fast. Say them. I don't know, man. I mean, they've gotten so used to this cadence. What would change? I feel like if everybody stopped spending money and they CIG halved their annual income, the game would go to shit. Let's face it. Like, what would change? They'd have to sack people. They'd have to get rid. They'd have to downsize. They'd have to dial things back. Like, it's not going to magically make them produce the game you want. They've built the company around a certain cadence of revenue. If everybody stopped spending money, it would probably go to shit. So, would it be interesting to find out what would happen if Yeah, 100%. I'd love to see what would happen. But it probably wouldn't be good, ultimately, in the long run. You gotta be realistic about it, right? So USIP says this sounds kind of bad. So this addresses an issue I knew database-wise was giving so many issues, and here they go and only partly fix it with a system that sounds like it will give new issues of its own. I think it makes me wonder on them having issues with data transfer between client and server that they keep on trying to keep it like this. What's the alternative, USEP? I mean, I don't know. I'm not a dev. Hey, Steve, is working for you? That's good to know. That's good to know. Fair point, Detox. To the pledge store. No, I mean, I always try and tell people, don't buy the ships, get a starter pack, buy everything else in game. Obviously I'm part of the problem. I'm a streamer, I'm a content creator. People watch my videos, which are always like some of the best moments I've had playing the game, and people buy the game. So, yes, people are buying the game, probably to some degree because of me, right? But ultimately, if people stop buying the game, people stop buying ships, it's not going to, CIG is not going to suddenly change their entire system. They've got 1,000 employees relying on that income, and they've built 4 studios around that constant gravy train. And if it all stopped tomorrow, it would, what the hell would happen? What the hell would happen? I'd be interested to see. I'd love to see how they would react and how the studio would pivot. But my guess is they'd run out of money. They'd suddenly look for some sort of investors or publishers. They'd have to find outside investment. And then we'd get some weird abomination, like mutilated version of the game, which would then probably limp around as like a zombie for a couple of years until some private funder or investor or some huge publisher dumped billions and millions into it to finish it. At this point, it's like, the game is it's making more money than ever, but it's also potentially it's the weight of that is also it's like it's created a beast, right? It's created a beast that needs to constantly be fed. The base issue is that they stick to giving random IDs to everything because of the massive amount of items spawned in the system, but it results in item and even ships that balk out due to data mismatch. It's a choice of having more accurate data versus compact data as possible. It is a hard choice. This entitlement system feels like it's somewhat addressing it, but not in a way that is going to solve it overall.
Twitch being Twitch again, I see Tox Cyborg SMB Wahoo Toxio Gold.
Hey, Cyborg, thanks again, man. Thanks so much for the 92 and the 3, tier 3, man. Thank you. Yeah, you said okay, but what's so bad about I don't know.
Yes.
Let's keep going.
What's your perspective, Ian? I'm keen.
Well, it's
for sure forgiven. I agree.
Live
I
service,
agree.
you're always running, right? You're always running. Like we're talking about forward patching. If we'd been behind closed doors, you would have done that.
Hey, Scarab,
right?
what's up?
No one's ever seen the game until you've done that piece of technology. But that's not who we are. We're always running, and that's what makes it really, really exciting to work here as well, right? Because we're putting ourselves out there all the time. But if I look at this specific case, you're saying but we have checks.
But Yeetspin, the people who make the ships are not the people who work on the game's stability and performance and stuff. Like, the marketing is all about the ships, right, and making the money, and that's what we see all the time. So people think that's all the company does. It isn't. All these devs, there's hundreds of devs that are working on the game. Well, Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. And, they're always working on the game in some capacity. So they're never going to stop making and selling and marketing ships and patches and all this crap because it's a live alpha service game that you can play right now, right? So this is just their model. This is how they work. And if everybody stopped spending money and demanded that they just fix things, you'd be like, you'd stop millions and millions of funding so that the 10 people that work on fixing things can do what they're doing anyway.
and we have contracts on what you can and can't do in these substreams that we've already released, where the data management is super, super strict. And obviously,
hey, Steph, long time no see, buddy. How are you?
So it's time to look at like how do we really add that extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening? Why? Look, it's I know. I have to be.
This is great. I love that. Lando's really feeling like us right now. I like it.
I'm allowed a lot of latitude here. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here, and I appreciate it from the people that I work for. But this is really frustrating. Yeah. How is it? I understand that, Rich Hire, our senior game director, went on stage at CitizenCon, 2 years ago and laid out the roadmap to 1.0. And I understand that through 2025 and through the first half of 2026, we have made some legitimately ridiculous strides towards making this game actually the MMO it was always trying to be. If people who followed this project in 2015, 2016, 2017, a lot of the years before, it's very easy. It was very easy to have questions like, where are they going? Like where are they going? Why is this like that? Why is that like that? It's like we would often see questions. Has anybody ever played an MMO before? Do they know how to do this? It's like, and there's a reason we made a major pivot. We made a major pivot at the end of 2024. In 2025, we went into this content mode, and we said no new features. No new features. We're going to focus on content while we shore up all these things. And when I was you and me sitting here more than a year ago, it's like this. And in the last year and a half, we have tripled the amount of content that we've put out compared to 2024, compared to 2023, 2022, all combined. Like the amount of content we have put out in the last 18 months is amazing. And the people here are working their asses off to make it as good as possible. I don't doubt the intentions of any human being here. I don't doubt the dedication of anybody here. We're not here today to apologize for anything. I know that we're all working as hard, except Steve. We're all working as hard as possible. Why does this happen? Why is this happening? I can't sit here and do this job and feel good about my job without asking you outright, why is this happening? If everybody is working as hard as I know they are, and everybody is working as dedicated as they are, and everybody is as talented.
It's fiction. We made it up.
As I know they are, why does something like this still happen? Why has it happened twice in the last 2 weeks?
Not how you pointed to me when you're talented, not you.
I know. I think there's a part of that which is that we're transforming the game. We're still transforming the game into an MMO, right? We're still in the process of taking a game that used to run on a single server.
Was he about to say he's started off there? It sounded like he was saying we're still paying. I kind of assumed he was going to say like the tech debt or something.
And now obviously a server mesh, which that's working, but the game systems need to expand as well. And right, Aprasul? He was going to say that, wasn't he? He was going to say
95 to go until retirement.
We're still paying the tech debt, and then he stopped. That was the vibe I was getting from that statement he was about to make there. Yuka! Thank you so much. 95 to go until retirement. Hey, thanks so much, man, for the 5 months. And Gustav, I did see your message, man, but we're just in a react mode today, so I don't respond to everything
so
while I'm trying
annoying.
to take in what we're seeing here. Bad time to come back, Gustav. Take a few more weeks if I were you, dude. 4.9 is about to hit Evo. That's the next big patch. It's coming with instancing. That's probably going to start introducing a lot more issues to server stability and everything, back-end stability. But up to you. You're no stranger to the game. You know how it is. Otherwise, just know what you're getting into. At the moment, things are a bit on fire. That's why we're watching this. It's a big update about what's going on. But good to see you, Gustav. And yeah. If you do get in, I hope it goes well. Many times Benoit's actually said that bad decisions were made before. Yeah, I mean, I like Benoit because there's not really a lot of BS with this guy. There isn't a question Jared asked that they haven't had a rehearsal prior to the show. Answers are pre-approved. The SCL answers are pre-approved, but these candid parts of the show, this isn't like rehearsed. He might say something like, I'm probably going to ask you some tough questions, or I'm probably going to ask about this and that. But it's not like they've rehearsed the freaking questions and Lando's told him, right, at 35 minutes, I'm going to ask you this, and then at 45 minutes, I'm going to push you on this, and make sure you've got it, There's obviously some candidness to this, but the questions from SCL, obviously, they're on Spectrum. They're going to take a look at them and pick them and read them. Jared asks in a way that softens the blow and leads to the answer they have approved. I don't think so. He literally, what did he ask last week? Like he fucking like threw Thorsten right under the bus. He asked him about, well, he asked him about, and Thorsten was like, oh, I don't really know if I should say this. He asked him about teleporting and fucking fast travel before they had anything to even say about it. So it's not all scripted. Honestly. He literally asked Thorsten about fast travel. They've got nothing, no documentation, nothing to really say about it. Disco Lando forced him to mention it. It wasn't all like it's not all like a big rehearsed or scripted show, dude.
Add the content pressure on top of that, right? Of getting content into the game, releasing it at the same time, stabilizing it, hardening it, and features that come in and do their inverse. New features come in and they destabilize the systems. Without stronger guardrails that also need to evolve with this, that's where we ended up. And so I think that, to be honest, I think at this right now, we're outpacing our ability of verifying everything that's being added to the game. And this is where we need to put a lot of our energy at the moment, is to put in those guardrails so that, you know, the check-in that would cause this crash issue, right? Those are identified at this point. And so it's all about adding these validation frameworks to prevent that from happening and keeping the data stable and fully validated. Now, that sounds, well, why didn't you do that before, right?
You're not saying that there were no guardrails in place.
No. There are guardrails in place, but
they're not keeping up with the pace.
Right. Yes, exactly. Like we create more content and more features than we have time to add guardrails and to prevent these.
It's on 1.5 speed, Eli. And hello, Eli. Thank you for the 23 months, man. Thanks a lot. It's on 1.5. Sorry, guys. It's on 1.5. It's a very long SCL. 1.5 is bearable. I know we don't all have crazy ADHD brains. I think we can probably all agree 1.5 is a good middle ground. Even when they had scripts printed out and in their hands, they hardly use them. Yeah, I mean, obviously, some of it is structured, right? There's structure to it. There has to be. But you're not scripting a 2-hour Star Citizen live. Get the tinfoil hats off, guys. Come on, man.
Cases, right? An example I could give on something unrelated to persistence, right? But you have we're at the point now. We used to we make a weapon, we make a ship.
All right, 1,000 cows.
Now we have a team making weapons. They balance the weapons. They design the weapons. They work in that realm. They have guardrails in there, right? They know what to check for, outliers, data sets. How power is distributed, etc. You go to the next team. The next team is making chip components. They have their guardrails. They have their approaches. They have their things, right? They balance it out. You have another team that's making recipes and dismantling, right? They have their own guardrails, their own systems. You have another team that's making economy. They add those things to shops.
Yeah,
they add pricing. They make sure that that's
is,
balanced, and then they move on to another team that's adding this content to loot boxes, right? Now we didn't have that a while ago, right? And then mission rewards added in there. All of these have validation, but there's no holistic validation across, right? We're at the point now where all these systems communicate with each other all the time, right? And crafting has changed the game quite a bit on that area, right? And so that translates into more weapons being created, more content being created, more missions giving more rewards, and all these things need to be validated together, not in silos.
Is this why in 4.8 there was the thing where there was a weapon? I think it was a ship weapon. I can't remember specifically, but you paid 20,000. I'm pulling a number out of my butt here. Sure. You paid 20,000 to buy the ship weapon, but then you dismantled it and you got like $80,000 worth of materials
that you could sell in one area.
That you can send. So people were just buying the vendor thing,
right.
And you're saying that's because the weapon and the pricing and everything for the weapon was validated by one team in one silo, if you will, and then the validation of the crafting and the breakdown and stuff was done in a different one.
Sure.
And there wasn't something that
transversal to check all of that. And also we're definitely now post 4.7 in a realm where just
I mean, now I don't understand that. Like, how's that possible? That's like missing something there. So what? That's like the left hand. What's the expression? The left hand not talking to the right hand or whatever it is. Yeah, it's lack of communication ultimately. Which no shit, man. Yeah, we've said this for years, like even the good years, like the communication between teams just seems weird and like disjointed. They just made a huge point. The safeguards in place aren't keeping up with the pace of patches. Maybe they need to slow down with update releases. I agree. They definitely... The pace, the cadence that they're at the moment is crazy. I've been saying it for a few months now. No, I've been saying it since last year, beginning of last year. And this year, they've even increased the cadence, ultimately, right? It is unsustainable. It's, or at least it isn't... The pace, the cadence of updates at the moment aren't manageable, is the word. They can do it, but it ain't manageable in the sense that, they can keep up the live service alpha environment. This is a really bad pause. I'm sorry, Benoit. It's the speed at which they're developing is not manageable. But like I keep saying, man, it's because they are speed running to some sort of 1.0 beta. It really is. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it. They got an internal date. They're all sprinting towards it. They're not bothering to stop and look back. Iterating is slowed right down. They're not doing as many PTU patches. Evo Carty phases last a week, if that. They're just fucking throwing all the poop at the wall, and then they're going to clean it up at a later time. Probably in 2 more years. I'm going to say 2 more years, but 2 more years, maybe some sort of beta, MVP, minimum viable product, that they will then begin the long, painful, arduous process of actually fixing and refining. I keep saying I'm going to make a video about it, but I got a few more gameplay videos to do first, I think. But yeah. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it. All evidence points to that being true, I feel. And it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. But if that's what it is what it is. We got to go. We got to find some other things to play more reliably for a while. Just another $1 billion, though. That's probably a safe bet. I'd see another $1 billion Animus for the 1.0 beta phase. I feel like the pace they've set is also in parts because of the servers. It may just be me, but I always feel like patch builds that stay live for too long start to pile on problems. That may be because they never did maintenance ever. Yeah, that definitely doesn't help, the lack of maintenance. Yes, the longer a patch runs, the worse things get. But they're also carrying over more and more things from through the database, right? As well, long-term persistence. Obviously, we just had a wipe, and things were great for like 2 hours, but it instantly started to break down again. Sethiest, what's up, buddy? I'm doing good, thank you.
Human
Glad you're
validation
enjoying
is
the
not
raid.
enough, right? And so a lot of game design data is typically, managed by the team. But I think that we're way past that, and we need machine validation for everything because the rate at which we build it and the amount of technology we're putting in is just too fast for validation to keep up.
Okay.
And we can't just rely on endpoint validation. Because in this case, it was machine validation that caught the error.
Yes.
And stopped it from corruption.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like
But
the machine validation had
late.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
So had to come earlier.
So for validation, let's just stay on this topic here for a bit. It's people are going to, as talented as everybody is, the skills everybody has, and stuff like this. Mistakes are going to be made, and the wrong thing's going to be checked in, and stuff like this. And the game is growing at a scale. Like I've been here for more than a decade and stuff. And I know it's a Jared meme drink. Anytime I talk about how long I've been here, you can just see it in my hair now. I am so incredibly proud of the game right now. It's the last 18 months have hands down been the best 18 months that this game has had since the PU went online in 2015. And anybody that says otherwise is being disingenuous. They just are. I'm being hard with you guys here. I'm going to be a little harder. I'm being hard with you guys as well. It's like the last 18 months have been phenomenal for the progression of Star Citizen. It's our daily average users are up. Our concurrency is up. The content is the best content we've ever put out. TSG is finally realizing we finally have coordinated space combat in our space combat game. Is this just it is? But it sounds like we're moving fast. We're moving fast.
Yeah, I agree. It has been the best year and a half of progress, but it's not close to what we want from the finished version of that, right? Like, don't count your God. I'm so bad at expressions, but don't count your eggs before they're in the basket, kind of thing. Yeah, we have all those things, but definitely they all need some love, and they're all going to need refining and improvements over a long period of time, no doubt. But the progress, from a progress perspective, yeah, it's the best it's ever been. If you zoom out and look at the amount of content they put in, the server meshing, the increase from 100 players to 700 player servers, the star systems, right? Crafting. The progress has been crazy. It's not everybody's vision of what the game should be. Not everybody's liking what the progress looks like. But that's been the case since day one with Star Citizen. The game is always developing and changing, and it's not always to some backers' liking. And if it ain't to their liking, you just hop off the train, man. Yeah, you know, or you voice your opinions to try and get it changed. That's the beauty of the alpha. Sometimes, but because of that progress, like, we are getting bug debt. We're building up bug debt. We're building up tech debt now. Like, this year is like tech debt build up. Last year was bug debt build up because there was no new features and no new tech really coming online, but there was tons of new content, and that was just creating more and more bugs and knock-on effects, and we built up loads of bug debt. Now this year we've started re-implementing features and development back into the game, and that's like accumulating tech debt now. So we got like a nice cookie pot of both years now. There wasn't really any stability last year, to be honest, Camacho. It kept me playing for the longest concurrent period, says Haganation. I've never had like more things to do in the game. I've never had more fun last year for sure. Like, that's undeniable compared to all the previous years. But it's also come with a lot of its problems. Basically, if CRG are building a house, there's a bunch of different contractors doing footings, walls, ceilings, plumbing, etc. None of them are talking to each other, and there's no project manager. I don't know. I can't really speak to whether that's exactly how it works. But often it feels like, yes, there's lots of people working on different parts of the game, and they seem to like finish a sprint or whatever you want to call it. I'm saying sprint, like because I think that's what devs call it. They finish something, it's finished. They tell whoever it is that puts these patches together, the patch team, like, throw it in, and then it all just like gets tossed into the game. Is the feeling I get as a layman who just has been here for years. Yeah, it feels like people finish things, they get finished. No one really talks to each other much, and then it sort of gets put into the game to be tested or to beef up the patch deployment. It does feel like that sometimes, but I'm sure they are communicating, or they're obviously project managers, whatever they are, lead developers. I don't know what the actual exact role is of the person who oversees things like that. There's lots of different roles that have very similar names. Producer, I think it's like live producer or something. It would be that person. But like I said, they're just putting stuff in, man. They're putting shit in the game. They're just getting it in, and they're not iterating much, and they're not looking back much at the moment. It's like all steam ahead. It feels like full steam ahead. Sam, man, there's definitely been mismanagement. I think it's impossible to argue against that. There's been mismanagement. It's been mismanagement because they don't know. Like, it's literally uncharted waters. It's like they can't manage things in a traditional sense. So there definitely has been mismanagement throughout the game's history. If there hadn't been, like, just everything would be perfect, wouldn't it? You know, there has to be some mismanagement there because people don't know how to manage the project. It's a different beast. It's never been done before. So yeah, it has been mismanaged. Entirely? No, of course not. Certain ways, definitely. I mean, how can you say it has been mismanaged when they've had multiple release dates announced, marketed, pushed, and then missed over and over again? Surely that is like the definition of mismanagement. You set a release date, you set internal and public release dates, and then you miss them. Like, that's mismanagement right there. There is obviously going to be mismanagement throughout the studio. Like, the entire project hasn't been mismanaged, obviously. It's interesting to follow. It's a journey, and it's interesting because it's never been done before, and we're all part of it, and we're seeing everything being developed in the open a lot of the time. But it's crazy to say that there's not been any mismanagement. I think objectively there has been. Software dev here. Sprint is a period of development work. Yes. Also, the tech they're building is actually crazy and most definitely cutting edge. Yeah, I mean, nobody can disagree with that. Hey, Strauss. What's up, Matsuchi? Welcome. You can disagree with certain decisions, but when people start talking like they know better than they do, as if they work there, and make accusations like mismanagement, I'm sorry, that's playing armchair dev. You don't know that? Yeah, we're all playing armchair devs, though. We're all armchair devs. For the most, anybody who's commenting on the development of the game is an armchair dev, unless they've built and delivered games before. But even if you've built and delivered games before, again, like I said, Star Citizen is not a traditional game. It's not been done before. So people who have made traditional games with publishers and external deadlines where everything is much more tightly managed, there's much less room for mismanagement. In those sort of studios, a dev from that sort of studio would likely come to CIG and things would probably feel very different. But again, I'm not a dev. I don't know anything about software development. I've just been following the game for years, and I've witnessed elements of mismanagement over the years, for sure. And I've witnessed them fuck up and sometimes acknowledge it. Sometimes they don't. I've seen them make the same mistakes multiple times, But overall, it's heading in a direction that I like. So otherwise I wouldn't be here. But I'm not going to, I'm still going to be realistic about my feelings towards the game and what I think about it, even though, I play it all the time and I have some really great times in it and love making videos about it. Ooh. No way, Harbeck. I've seen Unreal Engine in Dune Awakening. It did not live up to the hype. I disagree with things that they decide to within the game, but I'll never assume I know better than them when it comes to managing the developing the game. I'm looking at the project from the outside, as is everyone else. Yeah, you can definitely obviously criticize the direction of the game itself. I mean, why can't you criticize the way it's been managed though? Like, I'm trying to think of like a good analogy. You're part of the process. The way it's managed affects you, and you are it's managed in a way that is designed to include and use you ultimately, right? Not use you, but you're part of those management decisions. So why do you feel like you can't criticize the management? The way it's managed, the way it's operated is all ultimately should be for you and me. We're the consumers. So I don't see why you don't feel like you can criticize the management. You might not know better than some of the managers, but I think you can criticize and have an opinion about the management of the game. Sen Alaya! How you doing, Sen? Thank you so much for the 45 months. Really appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Thank you. What's up, Piggy? What do you miss? 60k errors were caused by a weird Idris change that somehow slipped into the code. They're paying back some tech debt. Entitlement system that they introduced in 4.8, which wasn't in the patch notes, is creating a lot of fires that the developers have been fighting since 4.8 arrived. It explains why 4.8 was a bit of a rough one when it arrived and why it's been a bit of a rough one for the last 3 weeks. Disco Lando's pressing Benoit a little bit. That's about it.
And we're doing a lot. You said the guardrails aren't catching up. How do we? I get machine validation. I get you got to build some stuff. Is that all we can do? Is that make me feel better about how we're going to fix this? Is what I'm asking. Because if I feel better about how we're going to fix this, maybe there's a reason for people watching to feel better about how we're going to fix it. Sure. It's just the validation issue.
Sure. So it's a problem we've known about, right? And we've been trying to solve, right? And so more recently, there's more changes that have been coming from the engine side to give us a framework for validation. When I say framework for validation, is that game designers can participate in this, right? It's not like, oh, they need to hand it off to an engineer is busy and can't do the work, and now the validation is not added, which is the mode that we've been in the past, right? And so we've been in the process of building a validation framework for all game systems and all pieces of data stored in the game that can do queries across all data, whether it's, hey, I have a mission in this location that requires this, that pays out this. Is that an outlier compared to, And so being able to do cross data queries across the entire game, which is not something we've had before, which allows us then to just express these checks, find outliers into like mission payouts, find outliers into how, if we go back to the example of the gun is for sale at this location at this price, it's dismantleable into these components that can be sold at this location, that exchange value is too high, right? And so creating these validations will become part of the design work completely with this framework, which will allow us to have all these guardrails. On top of that, we've got the more technical validation, right? So the two issues we got in 4.8 related to modifying ships that were already distributed in the main patch and removing entity classes, for example. Both of those things already have lock checks right now. That's the first thing we did when we discovered them. But we're going to keep adding more of those compatibility checks. Now, 4.8 also has the beginning of database patching. So in 4.7, we didn't have the full ability to persist all the crafting properties on weapons. So if you crafted the weapons, all the modifiers were not necessarily going to persist through LTP, right? In 4.8, we have introduced in the backend patchable serialized variables. We didn't talk about it much because it's kind of mixed into the crafting system. But basically, we now, in the schema of a component, which stores the data for something, let's say it's a weapon, right? And I have the modifiers for it, let's say elongated nozzle, faster damage rate, whatever. These values, we now know which one of those values is patchable. Right? And then we're able this way to persist them and patch them in the next release. We also determine which ones we store when you stow it. We don't stow all variables, which used to be the case. And that's the foundation for us to keep working at what we really want to achieve, which is a forward patchable data set. So that now these, even if the ship team goes in, changes all the serialized variables for a ship and rejigs the whole object container layout for a ship, that we'll be able to live migrate your ship to the new version without crashing the game servers in the meantime. So basically embracing this movable data set. But that's tricky to do. Obviously, we've been at this for a long time. But 4.8 has the beginning of that just for crafting properties.
Right. That's great for allowing us to better manage when somebody checks something that they...
The question was, why is this happening? Skyman, I think this guy Lando's like, why? That was basically the question. Benoit was talking about now they're basically going to have more persistent crafted item stats and things. So moving forward, we should be able to keep our crafted items between patches, right?
I just want to reiterate again that every aspect of Star Citizen is still a work in progress. We're in alpha.
Or it's something new. Great thing from this is they're self-aware. This is coming from them. You need to fail to learn, SC has a lot of that. For sure. It's a good way to put it, and that comes down to the optics of it, what might look like mismanagement to us in some situations is also, again, them sailing the uncharted waters and failing, and then hopefully learning from those mistakes. The problem is they don't always learn from the mistakes, and CIG has been developing this game so long that you have, churn of staff and like people coming and going. And so there is sometimes like almost things are like, lost, I would imagine, with people who had been there years prior and things like that. Like, you got to imagine that there's probably some sort of loss of persistence through the team there, which can sometimes lead to, I don't know, some things repeating themselves or things having to be redone. Legacy code issues, exactly, that kind of thing. It's been in development so long, there has to be a lot of going over old ground, let's say. That likely happens. But yeah, I mean, they're like I said, their overall direction, they're generally, in my opinion, sailing in the right direction. But the way they're like, navigating the ocean, it's like hard to watch sometimes. It's hard to be part of. And, I don't always agree with everything that they're doing. Yeah, Mod, what's up, dude? Langdon, how are you doing? Good day, sir. Hello, Prolox, how are you?
They do, but I'm talking about what are we doing to stop the check-ins that aren't supposed to happen?
Sure.
Like through validation.
It's pre-validation, right? What I call this validation framework I'm talking about is pre-check-in.
Okay.
Right? It's something that I'm working on the game. I'm like, I'm going to add a new gun and I'm going to price it this and I'm going to make it super powerful, right? Well, that would flag. I could not, I could not check that in, right? The system would go, wait, you need some authorization before you can check this in because of these reasons. Which currently we don't have something like this. That's cross-checking, right? Obviously in each silo, yes, but not within.
Is this something?
Wow. Interesting.
Is this something? I have to ask you the one question here. Is this something that we're talking about that's a 2027 thing? Are there parts of this at least that can go in? Is there hope for this sooner rather than later?
We need this yesterday. Like,
I'm aware we need it yesterday.
But no, we're working on this right now. Like to get all these checks and balances in place. Like, I don't know if it will be like a 4.9 kind of thing, but it's happening now.
Okay.
Because everybody around the table knows now. Like, it's clear from the 4.8 experience that machine validation is required across the board.
So why isn't this
machine validation?
Why isn't this just? Let's tackle this from another.
It sounds scary. It sounds ominous. CIG is turning to machine validation. Thou shalt not create man in the machine in the likeness of man. They're moving. They're handing things over to AI, the machines. Maybe that's what we need. There's also Pride on top with a very rigid vision. So we're pegging to a round hole. 2 times speed, what are you, Gen Z? It's 1.5 times, actually, Mod. 2 times would be more to your liking, right? 1.5 times, it's the millennial sweet spot. 0.5 times for the boomers.
From another angle, why isn't just throwing more QA at this the answer? Why isn't this just hire 500 more QA people?
500 more? Hire a QA person.
And this gets fixed. I suspect you probably have an answer for this.
It does.
In this case, it took the situation of like the data, how the database on 48481 was, and with the new data from 482 to create a situation. And that's not something that the QA environment has. So whatever we do, we as a technology group would have to come in and at least give them that. And then if you put your 500 QA on it, then they would probably, one of them would have scored an IDRIS. But without that environment, you could put as many as you like on it. No one would ever have discovered this situation. This is just too far removed. And I think that's so come back to the large data set, right? As you have a large data set, you just can't scale in manpower alone. You need something that scales way beyond that.
And I suppose if you just hired 500 QA people, that doesn't mean there's 500 requisite programmers that can all take the stuff and fix it either.
No, I think there would meet some frustration with their output and our ability to tackle it would certainly create a separate set of challenges.
Also, what's frustrating with this situation is that we've done multiple patches where this just worked fine.
Oh yeah, we've been on this. We've been putting out a new piece of content every 2 weeks since the beginning of this year. Last year we moved. For 2024 and before, we were on a schedule of one patch every 3 months, and we didn't. I think we actually hit every 3 months once in the 5 years that we were on that cadence. From 3.0 to 4.8. I can't remember which one was January last year. What? We were trying to do a patch every quarter, and we actually hit the quarter date maybe 1 or 2 times in all that time. But so it was 4 patches a year at most, basically, is what we were doing. And then in 2025, we, as part of this major initiative, we switched and we went 11 patches. Yeah. We went 11 patches in 2024. Again, Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The content that was in those patches is some of the stuff I'm most proud of that their team here has ever put out. But we were able to do that because we pulled back on features. We pulled back on features, and it was content team. There were a couple features here and there that would sneak in and whatnot because we need this or that and everything. But for the most part,
BPZ keeps saying AI didn't catch the code push. I thought he's saying that the machine validation is what eventually caught it.
It was all content. In 2026. We now switch to, and anyone that's been really paying attention or following the development would see this already. We've switched to a bi-monthly patch where we put out a major patch every 2 months, and we do these 2-week content drops in between. So every 2 weeks, there's a certain thing gets turned on. People who have been in PT who have been testing, they tested this aspect, and then it wasn't there in the patch, and you go, because it gets turned on 2 weeks. It gets turned on 2 weeks after that. And that was to help with engagement throughout the year, to give people more things to do, to keep people more interested. It's one of those things that you do when you're running an MMO. And that's been great up until the last 4 weeks. Yeah. That's worked.
Yeah.
And so it's, I don't want to harp on this. I don't know how much of this is my own personal, I'm stuck on it, or whether this is what I'm supposed to be doing with the show. But it seems like we know what we have to do.
We have to solve the process for sure.
We have to solve the process. We have to solve the process. We have to build more tools. We have to scale our validation to match the rate of content that we're doing.
And the complexity of content too.
Right, because this year we also turned on features. We turned on the feature spigot this year after pulling back on it in 2025. I think I can't tell if I've been messing up my years this whole time. All right, how confident do you feel that you've got a handle on this?
I think we know what we have to do.
What a question.
I think it's going to take a while to get all of these guardrails in place, right? But in the meantime, we just have to respect the rules that we've set forward in the meantime, right? So that while we can't machine check everything this second, and to be honest, I'm not talking about months of work.
So yeah, machine check isn't AI, and I think like Mersha said, it's a buzzword. I know it's not really AI, but machine validation, from what I would understand, is that it's like a brute force. It's like code brute forcing, checking, right? Brute force check of the new systems. Is that right? I think you said you would go bankrupt with the amount of tokens needed to fix the game. Zach Russ, this is addressing things. This is Benoit. He's the tech guy behind all the back end systems. He runs the back end branch of the game, and those are what's causing the problems. So this is like an in-depth conversation about where they're at the moment. It's really good so far, actually. Benoit is a very clever guy. You can, obviously a very clever guy, and it's the way he talks about things. It's like he's passionate, and it's understandable for a idiot like me. And it's just interesting, right, to hear them be. It's nice to get like a good, candid talk about this.
Here on these validation frameworks, right? But it's about putting in the ability for every team to contribute guardrails, right? Which right now it's a bit splintered, and so we need to bring this all back together. So I'm confident that especially the errors we just talked about, right? Like releasing a piece of content that crashes every server on launch, or
just quickly, any clear explanation on why the actual game is in this state? Then yes, he literally said in 4.8 they introduced a new oh god, what did he call it? They've got a new system running in the background that is causing some issues. And the 60K errors were caused by a bug in the code in 4.8.2 with the Idris. But in 4.8, they didn't put it in the patch notes, but they implemented some back-end stuff that the entitlement system, I think it was, Roscoe, was it the entitlement system you said? And that has been causing problems, and they've been fighting fires since 4.8 arrived, which explains a lot of why 4.8's been a bit of a weird-ass, hit-and-miss, dodgy patch, even though it didn't really implement any technical pillars. It did, but it just wasn't in the notes.
Twice, right? Or evident misconfiguration of items or costs or recipes, right? I'm confident that that will solve the issue, that those issues will no longer occur, as long as we respect the validation and nobody tripped them off, which, that's the next battle.
The validation issues.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we can eliminate that.
All right. So for the last 35, 40 minutes, we've been off the program here a little bit. The issue that happened with 482 yesterday because of a validation issue, I didn't feel like we could go into the program that we had originally planned without addressing it. It was just, I was very frustrated, and sometimes I abuse my position here to do this. So you're laughing. I'm the one that's going to get back and see if my bosses are still happy with me or not. We do have a lot. We do have a lot to cover, a lot that we wanted to cover and stuff, and we're going to start getting into that stuff now. I hope watching you'll forgive
Chris is like,
the version, that you'll agree that it was worth it. I think there was some very useful stuff there, and I do want to say, I have to say this. This is me personally saying this. He goes, it was an issue with a ship yesterday, but the ship teams around the world, there's a team here, there's a team in Austin, there's a team in Montreal, have been some of the consistently quality delivering teams of this project for years and years and years and years and years. It's easy. It's the last couple of weeks have been a bit rough, but it's like, where would we be? It's where would we be without the ship team? So it's like, lest this seems like we're coming down on the ship team today, that is not my intention. They happen to be in the hot seat, yesterday. It's like this, but this could literally happen to anybody.
Any team.
And it did. It happened. It was a whole nother team 2 weeks ago. Sure. And if we don't get these guardrails in place, it'll be a whole nother team 2 weeks from now. Yep. So I can't.
For me, the takeaway is human guardrails are not enough. That's the thing.
Yeah. I just didn't want it. It's unfair to make it seem. It's unfair to make it seem like the ship team hasn't been absolutely killing it for years and years, and they still are. So, desync. Let's just. Nobody's ever going to say yes to being on this show ever again.
Then why you straight into the desync question? Hell yeah, this is the main question I want an answer to. I really wanted to see what they have to say about this, because it's been getting progressively worse, man. Progressively worse. Definitely for the last 6 months, I'd say.
I put you on the hook to write a big old write-up on desync, and I know it's being worked on. I've seen the draft and whatnot. It's being worked on between every other initiative. Time spent writing is time spent not actually fixing things and making processes better.
Also, we got a couple guest stars in it that I'm hoping will make a difference too.
So that's still underway. That's still underway, and it's more like it's when we're done with it, it's going to be more like one of those. It's not a design brief. That's not the right thing. But kind of like what you saw with the gameplay guide. We're going to break it down, and I promise you, it'll be the most educated thing that you'll ever see from a game studio on what it is and what it isn't, and what causes it and what doesn't cause it, and stuff like that.
And the particularities of our game architecture.
Yeah.
Also.
But that said, when 4.8 went out, I started with 4.7. 4.7 was great overall, but there's a reason I had to call you and ask it. There's been this mounting desync for the last several patches. It starts out small and it gets bigger. It affects some people more disproportionately than others. There are people that I have talked to, whether at a Bar Citizen or just reading the chat here today or in any other show, where they're having a virtually unplayable experience. And then there are other people who are like, that's not my experience. I'm having a wonderful time and whatnot. Without just reading the entire doc that we're doing, I can't get past this show without talking about it at least somewhat. Yeah. What do we know is causing it at this point? What are we doing to resolve it? Just a simple question.
Well, so what we know about right now is that there are some meshes. When I say meshes, I mean a dedicated game server inside a shard that are running way below FPS spec that we want, right? And so we don't have a handle just yet about what is actually causing it. We do have performance captures, and we're tracking at least 6 to 8 very specific optimizations that need to happen. One of them is within the area component, which is used all over the engine. Area and zone component, they kind of go hand in hand, but again, because we're pushing more content, right? The hierarchy trees of the game world is much bigger. So there's more areas, more zones, more subdivision, more. There are some areas of that where if you add a lot of entities in those that enter or exit these areas, there's, the engine provides listeners to track entities entering areas or leaving areas or zones changing, right? And obviously there's concurrency constructs around this to prevent one thread from accessing another thread, right? And so just keeping it simple without diving too much into the low level, which we will probably in some of our desync areas. But there's lock contention in the area component at the moment. In some places, there's lock contention in some areas of the game.
Lock contention in some areas of the game. Yes, I understand, Benoit.
Well, I literally mean area. Like, if there's many entities in this spot, because of the way it's configured, we're seeing basically FPS drops in those areas. And so we're tracking about, like I said, 6 to 8 major optimizations that we're trying to get in our hotfix channel, right, to try to get this FPS back up to the spec that we want, which is above 20, across the
server FPS.
Server FPS, correct.
Somebody's going to take that clip and say, "Oh no, Star Citizen's only looking for 20 FPS in gameplay." And
no. And it's important to note that when a server is running low FPS, it doesn't mean that it will create desync, but especially when you're interacting with entities that are simulated on that DGS, AI characters, NPCs, then you're going to perceive desync because the source is slow at creating its output, and the traffic goes from your game client to the replication node, replication node to game server. Now, if game server is running slow, at the beginning of the frame, he's taking the state from the game, from the network to the game and applying it. At the end of it, he's applying the changes back to the network, right? If that loop is slow, then your client's going to predict something, and then that prediction will get corrected the next frame, and that will create a rubber band, right? And so that's the gist of why there's desync in general.
Why does the client have to predict?
Because if he doesn't predict, then you're going to be at the tick of the server, and you'll see
even if it was running perfect.
God damn. Yeah. Yeah, so server FPS, from what I understood, server FPS controls everything that is basically, yes, it's being, everything that's being directed by the server, right? AI, your, even, reloading your gun and putting your gun on your backpack, that's directed by the server, right? Getting the gun from your inventory is directed by the server. All that kind of stuff. Everything that everybody shares is directed by the server. So, yeah, obviously higher server frames, those things run faster, but you can still have high server frames and still see, other players desyncing, right? And I guess, actually, that's probably just good old-fashioned lag at that point. I suppose. Yeah, that's probably just lag at that point. 20 FPS sounds shit when we used to moan about 32 tick rate in CSGO. I mean, it's a completely different game, obviously. 20 server FPS is decent enough for Star Citizen. Not decent enough. It's decent for the alpha. 30 is, 30 consistently would be great. 20 is playable. More playable, right? It's not perfect, but 30 is good enough, I would say. When 4.0 came out and I was playing in Pyro, I had so many sessions where it was consistently 30 server frames per second. I thought that was it. I thought static server meshing had done it. But since then, it has progressively gotten worse and worse. And it's because they're just putting more and more entities in. What happened this time? What's up, Kazrex? Yeah, they're basically explaining what's going on with 4.8 Kazrex. 6 pending moves, 11,233 seconds since last update. Yeah. So basically he's saying, yeah, we have optimizations in the pipeline, but, they put one optimization in, it knocks another one 2 steps back, sometimes. So we'll see.
See, in an FPS, because your need for it to be, so responsive is too high.
Is this so? All right. So the meshes inside the shard are certain ones are slowing down.
Correct. It's not widespread in all areas,
which is why some people are in there having a great.
I'm not going to tell you which areas. That's what you're asking.
So some areas are better than others.
I got to ask the obvious question. Thing. At least it's obvious. It seems obvious to me. Mm-hmm. Is this related to the ship cleanup or lack thereof?
That's one of those things that we're looking at, is how aggressive or not the ship cleanup is actually happening. That's one of the things we're looking at. Yes.
Because you can watch a Twitch stream or look at an initial council report, and you'll see. I want to say dozens and dozens, but I feel like it's even more. Yeah. Brick ships everywhere because with the insurance changes and whatnot. Sure. Breaking these ships and whatnot. Is this? It's. Is this viably part of what it is? Is this
in part? Yeah, that for sure doesn't help because the more entities are replicated, the more the server needs to do every frame, and so that contributes to this. So yes,
you can usually find it when you look at server days performing great. It usually has a larger vehicle population. Certainly,
the server that is performing great has a larger.
No, a not performing so great tends to have a slightly larger vehicle population or a very large active population. That can also happen. In general, just a lot of everything. We're quite a heavy game entity-wise. We want to avoid getting to the sort of size that we were in Stanton before we went into meshing, right? Because that was consistently difficult to manage.
Yeah, but if we're okay, so if we're already, Stezig is like, fix it. Super helpful, dude.
Oh man, it's so easy. We're done with this subject.
You know what, Stezig? I honestly, none of us had thought about that. That's all right. We don't even need to do the rest of the show, do we?
Yeah, I know that there's been some changes related to how we perform entity cleanup. So unattended vehicle cleanup used to be a separate system, right, that ran on its own. That's been merged into what we call the density manager, which is basically an engine functionality that will look at overpopulation in clusters of areas that obviously designers have control over. For example, we want to make sure, like the exit routes for hangars are cleaned up, and so these are, have active cleanup zones configured, right? That's designer controlled. Now the engine will then after that apply the logic on the volume, determine, there's too many of X in this area, and we'll start popping stuff out, right? He's going to do the cleanup. Now for ships, the unattended vehicle cleanup system used to be separate. Now it's been brought into the density manager, I think, end of last year, something like this. So it's been a while. And this one tracks whether there's passengers on player passengers on a vehicle, and will, based on a certain timer configuration, and the values are different depending on the areas, will either stow back the ship into the originating inventory or destroy it, depending on if it's a player-owned ship or if it's an AI ship, depending, right? Now, it does look like maybe there's a misconfiguration in key areas that are leaving ships there. So we don't think the system is incorrectly functioning. We think it might be inaccurately configured in some areas. And so that would allow a very popular area to just accumulate ships like crazy, right? And so that's what we're looking at right now.
Where have you guys noticed? What have you noticed in terms of like ship build-up? I'm trying to think of where I've seen it worse than it's ever been before. And I can't really think of anywhere in particular where I'm like, oh my god, there's so many ships here. Like Hathor used to be, when I used to do scavenging, Hathor was good because there was always some ships there, but it's not like they were worse than it's ever been before. I've not noticed it worse than it's ever been before, personally. Gateway stations? Path sites, yeah, that doesn't seem any different than it has been. I must admit, I haven't been to Hathor much in 4.8, but distribution centers. Levski's really bad. Levski, actually, good point. Levski is the worst I've seen it than anywhere, personally. Because Levski, they're all over the pads. They're tossed around, they're dead in the hull. I think Levski's definitely one I've seen that's consistently been shit. Freight elevators on planets. Yes, true. Some of the outposts with freight elevators have been worse. Yeah, I guess, now that I think about it, there is a lot of shit everywhere. But, like, that's got to only be like a small piece of the puzzle. That's got to only be a small piece of the puzzle. Surely a far more pressing issue is the sheer amount of content that's sitting out there in the open dead of space, with lots of people using it in and out. These TSG locations, the Rock Cracker locations, the Lazarus sites, Onyx facilities. It's like, instancing is obviously the answer to those, but I wonder if they address that or talk about that in this video. I wonder if they talk about how instancing is the solution to some of these content zones that they've implemented hundreds of. Instancing's got to be the answer to some of those, because I feel like they're got to be a bigger problem than just a lifeless, empty ship doing nothing with no one interacting with it. Yeah, haulers. Hey, Kenji, what's up, man? Afternoon, welcome back. I never see streamers in live ski. Is there a problem there? It's generally lag ski, Winston. People avoid it. I've seen a bunch of active enemy NPC ships around my quest objectives in Pyro that aren't part of my quest. That probably doesn't help. Yeah, they're not your quest, but someone spawned them probably has it, and they just either haven't dealt with them or they haven't been despawned yet. You're definitely onto what he's saying, Detox. The areas he's mentioning are the subdivisions of servers, and the reason the Van Duel Tech Smugglers mission was broken patches ago. All right, yeah. Still is broken.
Are you able to clean up? Are you able to differentiate between? You obviously mentioned a ship that has a person on it. That's great, but a ship that doesn't have a person on it, but is still a viable ship versus a destroyed husk versus a bricked ship from the inventory. You're able to distinguish between and set timers for.
I'm not sure if the density manager will have a modifier specifically for bricked or not, but it can see it.
It does or it will?
It will.
Okay.
It will eventually.
If it
doesn't, it will eventually.
And
it's less about timers, it's more about density. It's sort of trying to say you have overpopulated this area. So it's less about like that ship has been there for a long period of time. It's more like there's a lot of ships here.
Yeah.
Let's remove one. Let's figure out which one is best to remove. For unattended vehicle, it does have a timer as well. So you kind of have these like, it's sort of like we talked about validation. You start with a timer, then you start adding a density, then you start sort of building up these views of the world to kind of understand which areas are problematic.
This guy needs to deliver some more bad news. He never stops smiling. I love it. Yeah, the game is absolutely cooked at the moment, but we're working on it. we have plans. I love this guy. What's up, Epic? How's it going? It's just 4.8's in a bad spot at the moment. It's in a bad spot at the moment, Ultra. It's been pretty rough for the last few weeks. It's not cooked yet. Yeah, pretty good, Phoenix. A lot of good stuff, man. Skyven says like minables that people have mined are also just hanging around in places. If it's like I've never really seen anything culled before my eyes, which I guess means it's working as intended, because they say, right, as long as nobody's seen it or interacted with it, it should be culled. But what were we doing the other day? And a ship just... we were doing something on Monday? Not Monday, Friday, I think. The ship just disappeared. That's like the first time I've seen that in a long time. But I think that was another issue. That wasn't like culling. It really feels like their culling is just like barely works.
I think like, oh yeah, the entrance to a hangar, we have to be super strict.
Yeah. There's a place as we're talking about this, something that pops in my mind that I think is also...
Unsecured cargo? Yeah, but I think that's usually because it's been culled because it's like causing problems. Like it's hitting something or it's hitting that... there's like that purple mesh underneath things or underneath the planet. Like when something touches that purple mesh, like ground vehicles, when you flip them and they're in the ground too long, they get culled because they're actively causing like a disturbance in the force, a ripple in the matrix.
Process. Now, not even development process, but let's call it live operations of the game. We're very lean in terms of our live operations at CIG because we're in development, right? And so even though we do run a live service, we try to run a really lean ship, right, on that side. And so we don't have an army of site reliability engineers that are looking at like every aspect of like, Shark 25 is an overpopulation of ships at Jackson Swap in, between this time frame, this time frame. Like we don't go in that depth, right? And so we track overpopulations across all shards, right? But we can't go granular into this. But that is an area where we could improve this and detect those things to better tune these values. Typically right now, we will tune the density manager values every patch or every hotfix. But that is a slow cadence compared to how you would react if you see, oh my God, on every shard, this location is loaded, let's affect the density manager change right now. Right now, we don't have the ability to do that live, and that's a problem. That would improve the game quite a bit.
There's folks in the... It would. I don't want to dismiss that. There's folks in the chat that are like, just make the brick ship salvageable or give towing mission stuff. Those are all...
They are salvageable, as far as I know.
Yeah, and the towing missions, but those are all game design and mission design stuff. That's not anything that the tech... And even then, a solution that requires entirely that it relies on the players entirely to solve is not going to get us where we need. I don't disagree. I know it's the intention. They're supposed to be salvageable. If they're not, they will. They will be. It's just having towing
players
missions
going and
to take
towing
away.
shit would be a drop in the ocean. Likely. Iron Job, thank you so much for the 5 months. Really appreciate it. Thanks for spending the Prime here. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, man? Thanks so much for the support. I appreciate it.
Dump them somewhere is a great idea and stuff like that. But that can't be the only thing. There still needs to be a technical solution to clean this up. It's the reason I asked. The reason I asked if it could separate everything is because, I don't think all of them are salvageable. I'm trying to remember an old conversation right now where there were rules about why this one could be salvageable and this one.
I know
could be
there's been
salvageable.
changes related to this as well recently.
But like it's in my head. In my head, I'm just like, why don't we just disappear every brick ship right now until we get a handle on this? Like just crank the cleanup on bricked ships that we know don't belong to anybody. Just like they get to exist for 1.5 seconds and then they're gone. It's like
I'm just imagining the Reddit post after that. My ship disappeared 1 second after. But, yeah.
a brick ship. The ship only gets a brick ship.
Bricked,
A brick
yeah.
ship is they're back at their ASOP terminal and they've reclaimed it. So why can't it just vanish? Now I'm certain. Whenever I go off like this and whatnot, and it sounds so simple and it sounds so obvious, and then I get back to my desk and I've got an engineer, and somebody goes, "It's not that simple, Jared. There's this and that. There's that dependency." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just a layman moron who had a very simple idea." But it's hard because it's I'm no different than half the people watching the show. It's just there are times when something seems so easy and so obvious, and it's like, just do that, because that's what my head was screaming that whole time. That's where I was going. Just until we get a handle on it, destroy the brick ships right away.
I always say, if it was easy, it would have been done. So by that, you have to assume there is reasons that makes it not easy. And it's usually like the complexity in the interactions. Like Benoit talked about, you sell a gun, and then you deconstruct it, and then the material can be sold somewhere else for something else. These kind of complex interactions between lots and lots of different systems are usually what stops us from doing something that, from a tech point of view, is literally a flag in the database that says, that's brick, I can treat it as garbage.
Yeah, there's this thing, it's what was the example? We had the example, I have to look back in our chat, there was something in the...
The thing is, I mean, why do bricked ships even need to exist? You can't salvage the components from them. Everybody who does salvaging and stripping is just freaking taking the contracts now, because, you know, CIG's they've introduced... The contracts are fine, but there's like... Maybe I'm wrong. There isn't an incentive to go out and just find wrecks as much. Is there anymore? It's like hauling. There's not as much incentive to go do commodity hauling. It's just you take contracts now. You take contracts to salvage. You take contracts to go hauling. I could be wrong. I don't do salvage. But what is their purpose? Brick ships at the moment. Why couldn't they just turn the shit off for now? Get rid of them. Yeah, you created a flag for the brick, so you use that flag and a modifier for it to be called. Well, I would assume that is possible, but I guess there's other, like you just said, there's other things and modifiers at play. I think there's enough NPC ships for a salvager to still make a game loop career out of it. We don't need all the player ships to persist indefinitely. That's what I'm saying. Like, the NPC ships, the salvage, the ships that spawn with salvage missions, the salvaging of player ships just doesn't even... it doesn't really seem like it's even a loop anymore. Like, people don't need to. TV, thank you for the follow. Aprasul as well, thank you. Can you give bricked parts for contracts? Good question. Don't know, actually. They probably don't have the ability to cull based on that flag from lack of forethought. Quite possibly. Maybe it simply isn't even there. Maybe the flag isn't even there.
481. It was the one of the old features for the hangar module. It's in our chat. It's in our chat. Yeah, you know, it's one of the issues. And I said, dude, we need to remember that. It's in our chat. When I said we need to bring that up. It's I can't
the
remember.
New tier building? Thanks, man.
But recently, one of the things that Flummox 481 was an old system. It was an old system from like 6 or 7 years ago that hadn't been touched. Some new piece of content touched for the first time, and it didn't work. I can't remember. It's just one of those. it's
Thank you so much.
if making games were easy, they'd be done.
Thank you for 16 months, man.
There wouldn't be a studio that closes every week in the last 2 years.
Back.
So 4.8 comes out.
Yeah, there's been other issues. We talked about the catastrophic ones, but there's also other tangential issues.
We've got a section coming up where we've pulled the dashboard and what folks are working on. I'll get to that in a second if that's where you were going. I want to stay a little bit more into 4.8. So, think of how I want to do this here. We put up a thread. We collected a bunch of questions. We pulled some of that. Some of that's affected. We've used that to inform certain of the topics here and stuff. When you go through. Okay. If you had to put, I understand that nothing is simple. I understand that there's probably 14, 15, 16 underlying causes that all contribute to this. But if I ask the simple question, what changed in 4.8 that affected server performance so much? I'm just on like raw server performance,
sure,
whatever. What's the thing that comes to your head?
I'm
gonna get both of you on this
sure
here, so don't think you get out of this. It's try to make
for me it's behaviors. So there's one thing about running a game server is that it's kind of an organic behavioral system, right? And so you can have a game server with a version of the code, a version of the data running a certain way, and then players start doing something different, and that completely changes the performance profile. And so I feel like in 4.8, most likely my hunch for these 6 to 8 like performance issues that we're looking at, it's related to some imprint changes. So the way people use ships, leaving break ships behind, are there more claims than before? Are there other egregious issues that showed up that are creating more claims that would affect the amount of entities on the server? Is there a malfunction on, for example, the density manager cleanup that is leaving items in place? Or is there just people are going to a location that's configured to be very loose on its density, and it's somehow the location that people have decided to go to in this patch? So sometimes the performance profile of the game servers changes just based on behaviors, not on like, oh, we changed something.
So you're blaming the backers?
No, I'm blaming the features.
Yeah. And therein lies the problem with not the problem, it's actually the problem and well, it is the problem, I guess. It's the problem of having the live alpha environment. Right? The players are constantly fucking up your work, and you're constantly having to go back and fix shit. Because, you write the code, you write the thing, you put it in, the players use it in a way you didn't expect, didn't account for, and because it's a live alpha environment, the update's been pushed to the live servers where thousands of people are playing on it, that creates problems for everybody. And they then have to take the code back, look at it, correct it, fix the problem, figure out what the problem is, and then fix it. And then they do that, and then the next patch comes in, they've written everything, it gets introduced to the player base. The player base is once again do something unforeseen, and then the cycle repeats and repeats and repeats. It's the same. It is literally the whole problem we've been in from the beginning. It's just that is the reality of having this game developed while we're all playing it like a freaking game and not playing it on test servers for 6 months before that goes to live, or playing it on a test server for 3 months or even 1 month before it goes to the live server, right? This is the whole problem. So what Benoit was saying is that he's right. The players are obviously the biggest problem for him. He's constantly having to clean up the mess that they create. Zeus says, as a pirate, when I board a player ship and kill the person, they will go to their ASOP and reclaim their ship, and it's so they've been bricked and they disappear. After they claim it, I can't get their cargo. The ship is literally... Yeah, but if the ship's bricked, you can still get the cargo, can't you? The cargo on their ship disappears once they brick the ship? Ain't no way. Hey, Avocado, how are you, man? I feel they waited too long to address issues and now they're forced to fix it. I think they're constantly, like he said, they're fighting fires all the time. No clip.
cause behavioral changes. And so that, for me, that's what screams. That's what comes out of it for me. You're talking raw server performance here.
Yeah, I'm not talking just the raw server performance here. What are you thinking, Jens?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's hard
Bricking
not.
ships doesn't get rid of the cargo. I don't know what's going on there, Zeusius, but I'm not talking about ships that people are interacting with. I'm talking about ships that are just doing nothing, sitting around in the verse that nobody's seen or interacted with, right? They should be culled much quicker. Zeus says they don't. But Steve, are you bricking the ship? Are you claiming a new one?
To just parrot what you just said. I mean, it does feel like when I think of 4.8, there's nothing that I can go, yeah, that those gameplay changes we made could have caused it. The only thing I can think of is we did performance improvement. But there is a large change in how we handle vehicles and the lifetime of vehicles.
You mean the changes with the imprinting and the insurance system? So the way that the life of a vehicle in the universe changed, but its lifespan with the braking and stuff like this, and the way that players handle them because of the changes that we instituted. Yes. I want to be clear. It's so you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back a big chunk of it, not everything, back to the number of ships.
I mean, that would be based on what I know of that patch went out there. I just don't see I don't recall there being any larger changes on the gameplay side. I feel like could explain it.
Yeah, we're not talking about I want to be real clear. Folks watching, you have a lot of experience with me, and you have a lot of experience with Benoit. Less experience with Jens here. He's not saying that there are no bugs. There are no bugs. It's like we're talking about raw server FPS things. A bug does not impact server FPS. The freight elevator eating your cargo does not affect server FPS and stuff. The question I asked was what is affecting the raw server FPS, and that answer is they're trying to find an answer specifically to that. If it sounds like we don't know the answer,
I was about to say.
We're still working on it.
It sounds like they don't know yet.
Somebody in the chat said, it sounds like Jared's frustrated. Of course I'm frustrated. These two guys at the table are frustrated. Quite a lot of people are frustrated. I say it over and over again. We're having the same conversations you guys are having just 3 weeks earlier. It's like this,
Zeus, yes.
There's this concept that game development is game construction. You're just supposed to have all the answers, and you're supposed to know everything, and everything's supposed to be figured out before you do it and stuff. And just the reality is that's not how it works. I'm not talking about CIG here. I'm talking about the entire industry. I'm talking about how games come together. I'm talking about programming. Quite honestly, it's discovery. It's discovery as you go through it. We always figure it out. We always figure it out. Like I could sit here and just gush about the quality of the people that we have here. It's like when I go to Bar Citizen, people always ask me like
that was my assumption, but apparently
to go out
not.
and do this. What I'm doing right now. It's less than 12 hours after a patch went out and was totally borked and whatever, and you've got to go out live and put on a face for the project and whatnot. Is it hard to do that? After 3.18, I had to do the thing. After the freight elevators with Race for Scan, I had to do the thing and whatever. Is it hard to do that? And the answer is no, it's not hard because of the people here. I believe in the people here more than anything. It's when you get I spend more time with the people who work here than across teams than most people. Everybody's working on their work. My work is the people. So it's when I lose faith in the people here, that's when you'll stop seeing me. But it hasn't happened in 12 years. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I love the people here. And they're working on it. If they haven't figured it out yet, they will figure it out. So you've already got some tremendous
for sure. And I think to be honest, like on server performance, the 6 to 8 issues we're looking at now are definitely the source of the problems.
Do you want to just enumerate the 6 to 8 issues?
Okay.
You mentioned it a couple times.
Okay, can you name those 6 to 8 things immediately? Evo Tech Preview and Evo 4.9 PTU tomorrow. Screw you, live peasants. Yeah, it's beginning. It's already here. Crazy.
And it's just why don't we just use this opportunity?
Of course. I don't want to deep dive into each of them because
just give me top level.
It's a bit intense if we go down that route. But there's navigation system dispatching of tile configuration changes on planets, which affects how AI uses the nav mesh on planets. So there's a performance call out on that is costing us a chunk of frame in the servers. This is purely based on the servers we know are affected by this problem.
Okay, interesting.
There's a lot of digging.
Yeah.
A lot of digging for a lot of data.
Yes.
To find this common culprit that we're going to make a meaningful impact.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is like cross-linking a lot of things. There's this is a pet peeve of mine that I keep pushing on, and we're going to definitely resolve that from a software point of view. But there's an entity spawner in some of the areas that are affected that are coming in and out of streaming and respawning their spawn set every
This
time.
is the NPCs that just go, it just spouts out.
And one example, I have multiple others related to this. That's one. The area component we talked about. So the it's what we call register with external systems is a phase when the components are a component or an entity is coming online when it's streaming in. It needs to register with external systems. That's a notorious area that is an issue on multiple components. This one is from the area component. Is in that place a problem?
So the first two are NPC related.
Correct.
This one is
this one is more engine and let's call it area configuration related. This one bleeds into the zone lock that we talked about earlier. So those are two, area and zone lock. So this is really tied to the amount of content in the game and the complexity of that content in some areas. Because we're also making more and more complex scenes. You know, like Space Station, and you know the content we've put out recently, whether it's TSG or Rockcracker, or like there's a lot more complex layouts in those elements that contribute a lot to this. And so those are part of that. The ship cleanup is another big one that we're looking at the moment, which is the source probably of the other two, which is the amount of registered entities that have either MFDs and or the flight system active.
Entities that specifically have MFDs?
Yes.
So it's an excessive number of MFDs.
Yeah.
Why isn't MFD so?
Well, we don't know specifically. I bet that if I went into that area and I looked, there would be a bunch of MFDs that are somehow visible. So that's been these components have a visibility aspect to it, where if you look at it, it's going to replicate for you, but if you don't look at it, it doesn't. Might be a malfunction with that. We're not sure.
Right. So the
Yeah, you kind of notice that with, I don't know if it does it as much anymore, but inventory kiosks. You ever notice when you look at them that, like, if you're not like directly looking at them, I don't know if they still do this, but there was a period of time they would just not, like, I wouldn't even see them unless I was directly looking at one, and then its front would like spawn in, you could see it, and then if I looked away, it would like disappear. I wonder if it's that sort of thing going on as well. Man, so 6 to 8 main things they've located that are essentially creating or contributing to the server FPS issues. I've been getting like 4 to 5, maybe 10, between 5 and 10 server frames in most games I'm playing in, most servers these days. Levski, Nyx is better than everywhere else, but Stanton specifically, yeah, the Schrodinger's cat of MFDs. You know, Stanton specifically, it's like maybe 5 to 10. If there's 6 to 8 issues and each one of those represents a single server frame, we could be looking at the server frames in the teens, ladies and gentlemen. We could be looking at server frames in the teens once they fix these issues. So that's a good start. Let me tell you that. That's a good start. It could be getting like 12 to 15 server frames if they fix these 6 to 8 problems, right? But then what if each one represents only like half of a server frame when it's fixed? Oh, no. Who knows, eh? Who knows? Double digits? I need a vacation. What's up, Phil Fizzle? How are you doing, man? We're looking at the Benoit Tech Talk that just dropped today.
Ship is breaking, but the MFDs are still visible.
Yeah, it could be like broken ship MFDs. You know, like we've seen weird things like, you know, everybody knows about the graveyard. There's been other graveyards in other areas, right? So there might be a new one we haven't found yet where there's somehow MFDs end up there, right?
So you have a couple AI NPC related things, NPCs, and the way they interact with the surface of worlds, planets, and moons. NPC spawners, you know, these things that load out, load, and then respawn their entire their entire allotment of AI when they're already out there. So you got some NPC stuff, you got some location stuff. The locations are getting more complex, and the area system is not properly culling them.
Yeah, it's an optimization at this point. Like, the functionality is correct. It's just it's slow. A lot of it. Yeah.
And then there's the ship specific one, the cleanup stuff, and then there's some raw entity stuff that we also suspect is related to this because the ships have the most entities.
And one final one that is fire. So there's been some ships catch fire, and depending on the size of the voxel grid, we've seen the area physics properties of how the temperature system interacts with fire actually needs a big optimization, and it's costing us frame time. Where that's a combination thing because we internally we can't reproduce it, but we see the cost on some of the game servers that are running slow.
Okay.
Interesting. Well, I mean, they really turn down fire propagation anyway. Like, you rarely ever get a damn fire on your ship these days. But isn't there an issue at the moment where like the temperature just keeps going up and up and up and up? Is that maybe what he's referencing? Once there's been a fire? Was it the temperature or was it something else that just kept going up and up? But yeah, I mean, what's up, Shrapnel? We're cooking. Yeah, for a while, when static server meshing arrived, Skinks 4.0, I was getting consistently 30 server frames. We were having great sessions. It was a real, surprise how well it worked. I know not everybody was. I was in Pyro. Pyro was working flawlessly. Every mission, NPCs, the outpost, for me, I was getting loads of really good sessions where the server frames were constantly 30. But those server frames and that static mesh was built on the game at that time. Since then, they've just added so much more. It would be impossible for the server frames to stay the way they were back then with static server meshing. Now we're looking at getting instancing and then, dynamic server meshing. I really hope he touches on dynamic server meshing. I'd like to know more about what's going on with that. There's more carrots on sticks that we have to chase now.
So these are the top 8
Yes.
ish kind of culprits to just raw.
Yeah, many of which have been introduced since server meshing's introduction.
We should see big gains. I was going to say big, but I'll let you say it. Big gains in server performance.
Yeah. Now the thing with everything with optimization, right? It's a fog of war, right? When you
fix that, that's what was slowing it down. Then you find the next thing, and
you get rid of the elephant, and behind it is another one.
It's a 7-Up can that was slowing us down. The Pepsi can would have been slowing us down the whole time, but the 7-Up was doing it first. So the Pepsi never got a chance to slow us down. And you optimized 7-Up, and now Pepsi's like, my time is here. Yeah. I can screw you over.
I can now be the one on top.
The choice of a new generation. Yeah. That's how old I am. Did you guys have that campaign here? A bunch of children. There's only one nodding head over there.
The same properties apply to crashes, right? Typically, when we do stability checks on game servers, which, by the way, other than the 2 big issues that we've had, the baseline stability for 4.8, outside of these 2 events of the missing entity classes and the Idris problem, overall stability has been in a really good range overall. And so we've been happy about this. Other than now, the stats are terrible because of this, so we'll have to take a look. But the same properties apply to crashes. So when we look at top crashes, you're like, oh, we just have to fix this one. It's super high frequency. Then we fix it, and then, oh my God, there's 3 more, right? And so it's a fog of war. Optimization and crash stability are like
whack-a-mole, whack-a-mole.
Yeah, you've got 7 now. You know what those are. We fixed them. It might be the end of it. It might not be.
Spaghetti code whack-a-mole. They should invent a minigame.
We might be looking very, very closely at the service.
Code is minigame.
And we might be fixing things that help those, but that doesn't help at all to the other servers because they might be running into completely different issues. There might be something that's happening specifically on those servers that's unique to them that brings them to that low rate, whereas the rest of them don't benefit as much from that. So you always have to sort of look closely at the details and react to those, but proactively try to look at the big picture and sort of take you sort of where are we going overall.
This needs to be done properly and done properly from the beginning.
All of it to sort of benefit.
Thank you, Dan.
From a smooth ride. Zero desync.
Just a ray of sunshine. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. I'm just bringing the butter. Yeah. It's going to be all plain sailing.
I wanted to touch on, in my notes I've got, because there was other issues in 4.8 that, come from other optimizations that we've done and or other improvements that also contributed to some perception on the patch.
Okay.
So there's one thing that we're battling on the game side is that, we mentioned how we're transforming the game from one model to the MMO model, right? And that means scaling systems. When we say that, we really mean transforming those systems to be service powered, right? So instead of being all in the game server and it's all good, right? We transfer these things to be service powered, right?
So the server no longer has to run transit. The server no longer has to run.
In part, right? It could be transit. It could be other things, right? Like for example, missions had a part of the mission system needed to be pulled out of there to be able to have server mesh missions, for example, right? So there's a lot of work behind that to basically dissect some services and move them to some game systems and move them to services.
No, Colin, I shouldn't be.
Interacting from the game client with services that are on cloud infrastructure is kind of a different discipline than being a gameplay programmer doing a gameplay feature, right? Let's say I'm working on the main character, the actor in the actor team, like Jens, for example, and I'm doing a feature around that. But my well is kind of self-contained to the actor. If I'm also doing the replication side of this, which typically our gameplay programmers do both, but I know about the replication side of things, but that's the bubble. It doesn't exit that bubble, right? When you talk about cloud infrastructure, cloud services that you need to invoke, service APIs to do something, whether it's inventory service, right? Whether it's reputation systems, whether it's friend service, social systems, whatever. That's a different type of programming that tends to always be based in what, for the layman's is asynchronous programming. So not all C++ gameplay programmers are well versed in the asynchronous aspects, more and more today, but it's still always a little bit of a jump. And so we've realized that there's a little bit of fragility in how some of our game systems interact with cloud services. So one of the particularities with this is that you need to design for things that can fail. That sounds horrible, but that's the way it is, right? When you visit a website and it's loading assets and one asset doesn't load, your browser's going to retry and you're not even going to see the difference, right? Now, the game in some areas, and I'm going to focus on the one I wanted to talk about today, which is inventory, is very fragile in its interactions with the backend systems. And so We had an issue in 4.8 that was, from a backend perspective, extremely minor. We're talking about, 100 requests out of millions of requests every 2 minutes would have a problem, right? But the net effect, because that was affecting the inventory, is that people's inventory would get stuck. And so the effect on the game was completely magnified from what the backend team.
You can't do anything with your inventory, really.
Well, yeah. So the inventory has this issue. This it's not an issue. It's a property where all of the moves that you do in your inventory need to be ordered. They need to be performed in order, and that requirement is extreme because you can't go, put this element on the head, and then put this other element on the head, and take this one back and stow it, and then move the core armor. And then if the backend systems were completely asynchronous and do this in parallel, you would end up with like mixed results, And so
or we could not have prediction, which would be the other option. But then obviously we run into the problem that I put the helmet on my head and I'm waiting.
Yeah.
You're waiting for the server to catch up.
You're
waiting for the server.
While I'm doing that, I can't do anything else.
And so
anytime I'm waiting for my helmet to show up.
And so this minor, like I said, from a backend perspective, 100,
100 times out of 2 million is what you said.
100 out of 2 million
every 2 minutes.
Every 2 minutes, right? Which was a heartbeat problem. Anyway, it's been fixed. But the net effect was that you're making moves on your inventory, and then one of the moves stays there to the possible maximum of the timeout, which is 8 minutes in this case. Which that's the problem. But
it's a long time.
And so now, if you looked at, backers at this point that have been with us for a long time all run with some display info, and so they see the pending moves debug on the UI, and so they can see, there's a move that's stuck, right? And so that's how these things were stuck. If you were unlucky and you didn't move in one of those 2 minute I say every 2 minutes, but it was really a 3 second small window. If you didn't move in those 3 seconds, then your inventory was stuck for 8 minutes, which is crazy,
an eternity,
And so
Jesus, man. Yeah, I had that. I experienced that. That was a bitch. I think I just ended up quitting. I couldn't do anything. What do you mean when they blame everything and nothing at the same time? They haven't got a clue. They're literally pointing out tons of errors and things, Ryder. They're literally like this CL. They've been like, okay, this was a problem. This is a problem. We think we're going to be able to fix this. We're working on this. But yeah, that inventory thing was a bitch.
I use that example first to explain it because a lot of people ask the question, what's happening when this happens? That's what happened. Now we fixed that issue, obviously, so that no longer is the back end issue is no longer occurring, but we still have that weakness on the client. Right. So that's one thing we need to solve now. Is we've realized, Jens and I have had multiple conversations about this, but we've realized that there's a lot of areas in the game, whether it's freight elevators, whether it's inventory management, handling, and I'm not talking about the UI here. I'm talking about what's behind it when you do your moves. Like
the UI is where you get to see it.
Yeah,
but it's actually something underneath. Okay.
Yeah. These systems. We've identified a series of weaknesses in how either legacy systems were built because they were built before these services existed, and then asynchronous calls were tacked on in the middle to get something working. And so we started to develop a charter that we've started to analyze every game system with this charter, right? It's basically a very simple red, amber, green kind of tracking, right? Where we can look at one system, let's say we look at inventory management. We can ask all these questions, right? And with this, we will identify all the pitfalls that this system needs to resolve. So without having a bug report, I can just look at the code and go, you know what? This breaks this principle. I need to fix this principle, right? So one example of principle is player items are sacred, right? So if I have actions to do, for example, I need to turn in stuff for a mission. I will not delete the items, then progress the mission. I will progress the mission, and on success and confirmation, I will then delete. And then if the delete fails, I need to have compensating actions to move forward, right? So that's an example of like the analysis that we're doing. Asynchronous programming we talked about needs to be explicit for all paths.
Sounds about right.
We're evaluating all of that. There's multiple other areas in the charter.
Yeah, they definitely admitted they don't know some stuff, Ryder, but it's they're being pretty candid. God damn. There's a lot of it is on 1.5 times speed, and I'm struggling to take somebody that's in here, so stopping every now and then is helping. God, I just could never do this job, and it's not gonna, this is gonna keep being problems. These sort of things are gonna keep being problems because they're just obviously adding and changing, developing things constantly. The inventory system was just reworked and overhauled. And none of this was spotted during that overhaul, right? I guess because the overhaul was a case of it mostly being front-end stuff, if I'm not mistaken, right? The inventory overhaul, the rework was mostly front-end stuff. It's like the UI and how you interact with items in the game and how they get added to your inventory and stuff. But, he's talking about there being this pretty weak or fragile element to the inventory's code. So it's like, well, I guess, these guys must have been working on something else at the time, or they just didn't give it the time it needed or deserved to, prevent that sort of problem coming around. And I don't know, maybe that's another case of, like the left hand not talking to the right hand, left hand not knowing what the right hand's doing, or they're just not working together at the same time on the same things because they're all so spread out on so many moving parts. Must be a nightmare. Hey, Niche, what's going on? I don't know what the hell you just said. You said moop. Honestly, I think this is great communication. Terrible news of being presented well. I agree. This is a very good SCL, Gustav. It's a very good SCL so far. Some really nice insights. And, you just got to take it, and there's nothing you can do about the current situation. You just got to hope they improve things, right?
But that's one of the things we're putting in place to augment the interactions between game client server and services, so that when things go wrong, and they do, right? That's the nature of internet packets.
Well, Sandman, I think like someone like Benoit must, you love like coding and this sort of shit. Like your brain is wired in a way that that's what gets your juices flowing, and coming into work and figuring out these problems all the time is exciting and gets you. To me, it would just piss me off all the time. I'd hate it. But these guys are just, they're wired in a way that they love solving these sort of problems. They're engineers, aren't they? So that's what they do. That's what they love doing. This is their passion. So, he comes to work today, comes to work every day, and he has a list of problems he's going to try and fix today. Right? Or there's these big overarching goals, and then there's also these micro problems that he has to fix. I can't imagine he pays much attention to the player base. That's not I don't know. That's like the player base being happy or enjoying stuff he's worked on is obviously the end result of his work and his job, but he gets all this satisfaction out of doing the work, coding and fixing things. The players saying, "Oh, you don't know what you're doing and your game's a piece of shit." And I can't imagine it even phases him whatsoever. Like, he's working on problems, he's coding things, he's fixing things, he's adding to his resume, he's adding to his repertoire of skills. He's, hitting that dopamine hit of fixing a broken piece of code that he's been working on for months. He's getting all the enjoyment he gets out of the game. He's not the front-facing part of the studio. I can't imagine he gives much shits about what the public is saying, what we, the gamers, are saying. So, the way I see it, like, he's a great person to have on the team. And I'd imagine, most coders are probably like that as well. So it's whatever we say, doesn't phase this guy. I can imagine, like, it's nothing. Problem solving and seeing your effort come to fruition is such a rewarding thing. Yeah, and that's the reward that drives these people. Like, I can't imagine he sits there toiling away for weeks. I've got to fix this problem because, little Jimmy can't finish his holding mission. Just once I finish this problem, he'll be able to finish it and I'll feel rewarded. He's rewarded, like, at every step of the way, that up to that point, like the end point of the thing working is, like, at that point, to whatever. On to the next thing, Hey, dog, what's up, dude? Nothing, dude. There's no terrible news. Just business as usual, dude. They're trying to optimize the game while we're all playing it and breaking it at the same time. Wolf Cub says, for the record, constantly chasing bugs is not fun or rewarding. You must be in the wrong job then, surely. How the fuck can you be a coder, a programmer, trying to create things and fix things as your career if that isn't rewarding?
Cloud services being there or not, that there's no, like, irreparable breakage, and that the experience can still continue and be resilient.
Flip says Jared looks exhausted. I'm not the one that was up till 4 o'clock in the morning fixing this thing. You know, it's somebody. What was it earlier? Earlier was like, it's like, this is what happens. Where is it? One of our moderators nuked it, but Wrangle McDangle. Nuked comment says, this is what the community looks like when they start to realize the company they give their money to doesn't really care about them. Sad. This is the CTO who was up until 4 o'clock this morning, you know, bug fixing. You know, not just the directors and the programmers, and he had plenty of people with them and whatnot, but they're up to all hours of the night trying to get this stuff going and whatnot. And then they come here and they do this and whatnot. This is not people who don't care. But anyway, that was a comment about how tired I look. This is just how I look. It's the gray. Yeah, well, there's more gray now.
He always reads these. He always reads these
so this is interesting.
I want to touch on the charter.
Hey, Bob,
I want to touch this thing that you said real quick.
Very quick.
Building in it to understand.
So the system was built.
Oh, I mean, dude, I've edited videos my whole life. A lot of editing is problem solving as well. Yeah, it's frustrating as fuck when you can't solve a problem. But when you do solve it, and you sit back and you look at what you've created, it's a rewarding, great feeling. If there were no problems to solve, you wouldn't have a job, right? Like, surely. So, I don't know. Obviously, it's not always going to be rewarding and fun all the time. Things get to a point where it's like, oh, I'm so sick of this already. But, there's, only a Sith deals in absolutes. But it's part of the job. And it must be, like, rewarding to some degree. Looking for a bug in your code is not fun. If you knew where it was, you wouldn't have written it like that in the first place. Yeah, but that's just an element of it, isn't it? It's an element of the job. Like I said, not every part of it's not going to be fun and rewarding. But overall it is. Surely. Right, otherwise you'd be sick of it, you get a different job. Or you just like the money, I guess. They have actually, Flack, yeah. They've actually explained a lot of that stuff. Only a Sith deals in absolutes is in fact an absolute. It is, isn't it? What a paradox. It's rewarding because the client eventually appreciates it. Yeah, Keeps, yeah. Well, like Jared said, Benoit was up till 4 a.m. apparently last night working on things. That's obviously passion. And when I'm making a video, I can sometimes be up to 2 or 3, 4 a.m. in some sort of flow state for like 8 freaking hours because I'm really want to like get to a certain point, or I wouldn't want to get to that point where I feel rewarded for the time I've put into it. I use video editing because I'm obviously, I'm a content creator. I'm passionate about it, passionate about making things, creating things. I guess it can be similar. You feel like, especially if there's like a deadline, right? If there's a deadline and you've got that pressure as well, it's a really good feeling when you nail it and you finish it, or you complete it, fix it in this case. I can only imagine it's passion that's keeping him going at 4 a.m., right? I can't imagine it's like, well, I'll do it, but only if I'm getting like 2 times overtime, right? Well, I get the 2x overtime rate. Maybe he does, but I don't know. I get the sense that, Benoit's very passionate about it. He knows his shit, and players telling him he's bad at his job and the game sucks and nobody knows what they're doing probably doesn't even faze him, because I think he gets a lot out of what he does at CIG. He gets enough out of that anyway. But yeah, I'm not a coder. I'm just like drawing some parallels, I guess, to something else I'm passionate about.
kind of perfection. It expects everything to work the way that it wants to.
Very good,
And because
but,
the system
very
was
good.
built
Lots of
without the
substance.
expectation of some level of failure,
I'll summarize.
it ends up when it gets some level of failure, it fails completely. So you actually get, so in a weird way, if you build something with the expectation of no failure, you end up with a lot of failure. Right. And if you build something with the expectation of a little bit of failure, you end up with less failure than you otherwise would have, because it's more nimble and it can adjust, and it's self-healing, self-healing stuff.
Yeah.
There's this idea of we don't plan for failure or whatever, and every time I hear something like that, we don't plan for failure or whatever, I just remembered of NASA. NASA in the 60s, like these are people who plan for every kind of failure, and that's part of why they succeeded. Yes. So what you're talking about just kind of reminded me of this interesting paradigm shift or philosophical shift of creating for some level of failure so that we can be nimble and self-correcting, and then we end up having fewer things like what we're experiencing, where the whole thing just craps out for 8 minutes and stuff. It's an interesting philosophical switch.
I think Benoit is absolutely right as well with the challenges from a gameplay side. Certainly if you come from a background of running things only on your local machine, it's so responsive, right? Whatever you do, it just comes back immediately. And suddenly exactly. And suddenly you have to work on these premises where your timeout might be 8 minutes later. It's a from a scale point of view, example. That's a very extreme example, and you go, how do you, and as well as much as you all, from my point of view, as from the gameplay side, is obviously I still want to always be super responsive to the player. So even if it's self-healing under the hood, you should still see everything you do have an immediate reaction in game. So that's why we always predict, and that's why sometimes things go wrong, but we accept that things will go wrong and we roll back. But we try to sort of be right more than we're wrong. So like you said, only be wrong a tiny bit of the time, not all the time.
So I mean, I wanted to touch on the charter, just without going into details, but just because people are asking, what are you doing about it, right? And I think that this kind of audit, where we can kind of leverage our programmers not just to build the features, but because gameplay programmers are going to be in their world when they're doing something, and so they're making the feature, they're trying to make it feel good, and then they're like, it works. That's the happy path, right? Now let me unplug the internet, right? Let me unplug the internet for 2 seconds and plug it back in, right? Or it's basically on the online side we call it chaos engineering, which is more like let's kill processes and see what happens so that we can recover. On the game side, I think that we kind of need to bring this perspective to the table to every developer so that they can evaluate their own work against, basically a rag sheet of like, explain the longest async chain in this component, and does it have every path handled, and can it be retried, right? Well, just with that, I solved half the bugs that we can see in some of the systems that interact with cloud services specifically are the areas that are, now there's way more principles and stuff to look at in the area, but that's what we've been doing, is to basically like bring this so that it's not just the leaders that bring it, that sort of the hammer down of like, you need to do this way, and this is what we do. It's more like bring it as a culture throughout the gameplay teams and the engineering teams.
We're going to get into our end game here and talk about we've been talking about a bunch of generalized stuff. So we're actually going to get into literal bugs here in a bit and do a little pseudo bug smashers here for a little bit. Before we get to that, because that's our last part, and then we got to go and whatnot.
For sure, Afmo. Yeah, like the problem is when the fires. Yeah, when you're fighting the fires for too long. That's when it starts becoming problems. You get like the devs start breaking down. And from my perspective, it definitely feels like that's the case for a lot of devs at CIG. Like, when do they get a break? Because there's always a fire to fight. There's always a controversy. There's always a, problem that needs to be dealt with that touches multiple departments. Always. Like, there's never a long period of time where there isn't some fire to fight. So I do sometimes worry about, like, are these people getting enough freaking rest? They do get vacation time like everyone else. True. Yeah. Unless they're in America. You don't get vacation in America. 4.7 was fine, ain't it? Well, I guess so. Maybe it was okay. I mean, it's the thing is though that they deploy something, and then as soon as it's deployed, there's instantly some problems that have to be corrected, and they usually touch multiple departments. Usually touch the back end in some way. So that's what I mean by, like, there's always some. It's not like they can put something out and then, hey, that's out. We've got like a month now just to work on the thing that's ahead of us. It's always like, well, that's out, and everybody's reporting these problems. We need to go back again and do this, but we've also got this thing coming out in 2 weeks as well, and so we've got to like manage both. And then that thing comes out in 2 weeks, and then The other problems maybe they've just put out that last small fire, and now there's a big fire with the next one. It's that's what I mean. Like it feels like it's rolling over constantly. Maybe there are some periods of time, a few weeks, where there's not like a major fire, but they likely rotate within the team to avoid burnout. It's like fucking rotating soldiers from the front line. We get vacation in America. I know. I'm just taking the piss because you guys get like 7 days a year or something ridiculous. I think CRG should rethink about having 100 star systems and maybe knock it down to around. You don't still think they're going for 100 star systems, do you, Solomon?
I want to.
That's funny.
The conversation that you're seeing here today is the kind of thing that makes me still be here. There's this idea that happens often that any video game company is a monolith. That everybody that works for a video game company all thinks the same thing, all works the same way, all has the same level of experience and philosophies and stuff like that. And if there's anything, if you've watched we just looked at it the other day, it's like 1,600 videos that I've made for this place this time. If you watch all of those, the first thing you should know is it's not a monolith. We're not a monolith. No studio is a monolith. There are people with different ideas and different philosophies and different aptitudes, all working together to try to make this creative thing. You'll see 100 quotes online about how the creation of a video game is more miracle than anything else. That we take this time and show that we're not perfect. That we take this time and show that even after 14 years, 15 years, we're still learning. We're still developing. We're still changing the way that we work. We're still getting better at stuff. It's easy to weaponize that against us. Oh, they don't have any idea what they're doing, or I can't believe they're still figuring this out. This like this. Because I see the comments. I know there's those of you out here that will do that, and there's nothing that I'm going to say or do here today that will stop you from doing that. So do what you're going to do. But I love, and I think it's more honest, and I think it's more in line with what this project set out to do back in 2012, to sit here, to have these shows and have these moments and be like, yeah, we're working on it. We're figuring out. We're changing the way we work. We fell behind in this area. We have to change the way that we program build things for an MMO as opposed to what we were doing before and stuff like this. I just always appreciate anytime somebody comes on the show and is willing to roll those dice, because there will be people, there are already people in the chat now, there will be people on YouTube, there will be people on Reddit and like this who will take the things said here today and weaponize them. And that's fine. It happens. It's always going to happen. It'll never stop happening. But it doesn't stop you from coming here. And
Greasy's already on it.
I really appreciate that. We really did meet at like 9 o'clock this morning, and for 3 hours talked about everything. Like, where are we still going to do the show? It's how do we do this without being as honest and as candid as we are and stuff like this. It's just, I was like, we just kind of do it.
How are you, man? Long time.
When you don't know what to do, usually I find the truth is the safest bet. So with that said, unless you have something you want to add, I want to get to the last kind of phase.
I got one more thing.
You got one more thing?
That was in my list that I just wanted to touch on, which is Shardlock. The fact that I'm bringing it
by
up.
all means. What's Shardlock, Benoit?
Well, so I want to say first that Shardlock is it's kind of a community word. We didn't come up with this actually, but the way we've architected Star Citizen, even though it's an MMO, we operate it from an ops side of things like a match-made game, right? When you come in and you pick a shard or you shard hop to one of your friends, you're just getting one of the shards that's currently running, right? And the process of bringing your character and unstowing it into the shard and then allowing you to unstow items from your inventory down into the shard and putting it back up there and getting out of there, right? It's kind of our attempt at not applying a classic MMO setup, server setup, to Star Citizen, where you would create your character on a server, which then needs to run at all times, that when it's low population, we need to consolidate, that we need to character transfer or character rename, and this typical kind of MMO grid system, right? It's a company desire to not do that pattern and to instead keep it fluid like it is now. So Shardlock is a little bit of a price to pay for the rapid movement between shards. Your character will need to stay in the shard until the hybrid decides that you're properly disconnected, that you've been gone, or that you're coming back or not, and then move you back up. Now, in 4.8, we did run into some issues for some players. So there's a subset of players that ended up being Shardlock. In this case, it was because of an infrastructure failure, a small knock-on from a change that we made to as part of Imprint. But basically, these characters we track where you are with what we call the stow context. And so for the entities that we care about, because we don't care about every entity, your player entity is definitely one we care about, we track where it is in the game world using your stow context. So are you stowed in the global inventory, and in what inventory are you stowed? Or are you unstowed in a shard? And if so, in which shard? The problem that some characters ran into is that some players are not very patient with the system when they go back to the main menu, and so they would go back to the main menu and say, "Oh, your character's still in the shard," right?
Hey,
or they would kill the client.
How you
Sometimes they do that. Kill the client, come back in, and then, "Oh, your character's still in the shard. I'm shard locked. Character repair." Well, the character repair in that case is the one that would cause the problem. Where now the player would never get stowed because the repair would try to repair your character, and anyway, there's a bug there that made it so that now your character cannot be stowed. And so these players were shard locked. Some others ran into another condition. There was a fairly small subset of players overall that got in that situation, but it took us a while to identify the root cause. That fix been deployed. But I just wanted to mention that shard lock in and of itself isn't a bad thing. It's what enables us to have the flexibility to bring you into another shard.
Yeah, but that's the shard hopping thing isn't their end goal. We don't even know what their end goal is for the shards and how they want servers to actually run. I guess he's talking about this as a positive during this period in the alpha, but this isn't how they will eventually be, is it? Right? Like, we're going to have permanent shards. We're not going to want to be jumping shards all the time. Are we? They still haven't defined fully their vision. Well, they kind of have, but like we're still in a little bit. It's still a little bit unknown what their vision is for the final, how servers are supposed to look in the end. Like, I think the last time we heard about this was 2 or 3 years ago at CitizenCon, where, or maybe it was during an ISC or an SCL where they talked about like offline base raiding, because obviously you're going to be able to build bases, right, and build structures, and if there's multiple shards, then your structure has to persist across multiple shards. So, and they addressed that. They said, well, if you build the base on shard 2 and then you log off, somebody in shard 1 will be able to see your base, but they won't be able to interact with it. So, he kind of like soft confirmed that we would move into we're going to continue with this multiple shard thing. This multiple shard server setup that we have at the moment. But then there's also still like some rumors, or at least people who believe that we're going to have a freaking singular shard system, which is impossible in my eyes. So, like, I don't know, Benoit talking about this being a positive, maybe for now in the alpha, but it's like I don't want this shard system that we have now to be what the game is in the end. I would frankly prefer a traditional MMO server list over what we have right now. Any day of the week. They did admit that. That's true, Roscoe. They did say that there'd probably be regional shards. If you ask me, man, give me freaking World of Warcraft style, original World of Warcraft, not the new ones with phasing, but the original World of Warcraft style MMOs, MMO servers for Star Citizen, man. I mean, I'd be happy with that personally. Yeah, we don't know, Parable, we don't know, Hest. Eventually, it'll have to run on a PI because AI will need every square centimeter of data center. Hey, Siren. Original also had layers? The original didn't have phasing. It's only Retail Classic that introduced phasing. All I know is I'd hate instances everywhere. If they're in closed areas, then fine, but I'd hate them to be a thing. Me too. I mean, I'm with you there, Bart. But, if we went to let's say the game went with the traditional MMO server route of, World of Warcraft, for example, EU, Defias Brotherhood server, 3,000 max population, well, you'd have to cut areas down. You simply couldn't have 1,000 people all fly to Levski. It's a whole other big conversation we probably shouldn't get into here, but I do feel that would be the better server route for the game. Give me old-fashioned, simple, traditional servers where I like Seraph says you choose the server where your friends are, you log on, you play, you join up with your friends. Everything that you see happening in front of you is ideally everything that's happening to everybody else on the server as well at the same time. But yeah, maybe you would probably need to phase it, wouldn't you? Or you'd need to heavily instance it. It does seem like that, doesn't it, Roscoe? It seems like CR and the team don't want that. It'd suck not being able to join on friends across the world, though. Screw them, Vedicus. You know, a multinational org like us would just have to choose a server that's the best of a bad bunch, right? Usually an East Coast US server, because it appeases the Europeans and the Americans, which are the two largest player continents.
Transparently, but we need to wait for the process to finish on your current shard before we can move you up, right? Now
Me too, but I'm hoping they talk about dynamic server meshing in
this. We're in
this.
the process of putting in place active monitoring for players that get unstowed in shard and stay there for a long period of time so that we can attempt self-corrective actions if we run into that condition again, so that this way we don't need to chase the actual source. We can actually get some self-healing in place. But I just wanted to touch on what shard luck is and why it's kind of normal, and that it's better to be a little bit patient with it than to jump to character repair right away.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. That was
Me neither. Sounds really good. It's not shard luck.
1.5x.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And if you shard luck, just wait for a bit and you'll be good. Yeah.
so much of what we've talked about today is essentially growing pains of this. At the end of 2024, you know, the leadership of the project had a good, strong look at everything that we were doing and the direction that we'd been going and stuff like that, and said, is this going to get us where we want to go? And it was decided, no, we're not going where we want to go. So we switched things up in January 2025. And, you know, again, after Rich went on stage and said, this is the road to 1.0, we've been on this road. All of these major content drops, Stormbreaker to ASD to Rockcrack, these are all locations in the 1.0 story. They have content that you're playing now, but these are all part of this larger roadmap of the major story of 1.0 that will come online with that, and the gameplay that's designed to take you through the 5-star systems. It's like that. We are actively building this 1.0 out in front of everybody. So we've made more progress in the last 18 months than we did probably in the 4 years prior to that. I'd see if I get in trouble for saying that, but it's what I believe.
Well, you always want to accelerate, so.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just, and the results have spoken for themselves. There's this thing they don't really talk about most much. It's concurrency and daily active users. Concurrency is how many people you have online at any given time, and daily average users is how many individual people come in and interact with your game during the day.
But you never tell us the numbers. They always talk about concurrency, it's up and up, but they never give us the numbers.
Normally, these numbers are not revealed publicly. It's just if you go and you search for World of Warcraft DAU and whatnot or whatever, you're not going to find it. You're going to find a bunch of estimates and stuff. One of the things that we're discussing internally right now is actually exposing that, because even we spend a lot of time talking about the problems in 4.8 and whatnot, and 4.8 had its share of stuff. Obviously, we don't need it. We literally just sat here and talked about it. But it also had some tremendous successes. The daily average users, for instance, I'm waiting for the numbers. I just sent the request. Thank you, Michael Smith and whatnot. I just made him an accomplice.
That's it.
All right, if I get in trouble for doing this and whatever. So versus 2024 numbers. Let's just go by month here to show what this progress. Because it's one thing for me to say that it's been the great 18 months and whatever. But if you don't have data to back it up, I'm just bullshitting. I'm just saying words. So here's the data. In January, 2024 versus 2026, saw a 30.1% increase in daily average users. 30.1% between what the number of users who were logging in and playing Star Citizen before and after this and as part of this last 18 months of stuff. In February, 2024 to 2026, 63.8% increase in daily average users and stuff like that. March, 50.2%. April, 59.8%. May's always a big month for us. It was a modest increase of 14%. Because May, November always draws everybody back and whatever. Never had a problem getting people in May and November.
Oh, right, yeah, because that's always the popular months. Well, that kind of says a lot then, doesn't it? If the most I guess it doesn't. It's not like the average player throughout the year. It's only 14% in the busiest, 14% more during the busiest time of the year. I don't know. It says quite a lot, but the percentages don't mean much without the numbers ultimately to weigh up to kind of you need the numbers as a comparison. Ultimately, you need a comparison. It's great that the concurrency is up, but 60% of 100, right? Okay, great. Yeah, 63% of 3,000 or any small number. You're right. We're looking for big numbers here. Also, CIG has been ruthless with developing content in these content updates that have also increased greatly in number and cadence. They develop so much content that is like akin to, logging on to do your dailies and logging on to tick off boxes. And Star Citizen has a player base of people that love collecting things. So, they really are tuning in. They're really honing in on that part of the player base and not exploiting it, but they're definitely, utilizing that aspect of the player base and the game design in the short term to buff those numbers up. They have obviously implemented lots of really good content as well, but most of that content can be done in a week or two. It's good that the numbers are up and everything, but it isn't indicative of the game being simply more complete in a sense that you're logging on regularly to do things to progress yourself, your character, and to play the game as it was meant to be played. There's a lot of that concurrency is a lot of temporary events and content that's been put in artificially to bump those numbers up. Some of which of it's been good, obviously, and some of which hasn't really been that good. But part of it is definitely the game is improving. There's way more to do than ever. I've said that a ton over the last 18 months as well. But also part of that is because they are, putting in this temporary content that you're never going to see again, no one's ever going to play again, isn't part of the 1.0 vision, and is purely designed to keep concurrency up and keep the player base engaged.
And then in June, which is when 4.8 like this, 55.4% increase over 2024, a 25.1% over 2025, and whatnot. So it's been 25 and 25 over the last 2 Junes and whatever. The game is unequivocally going in the right direction. It's the amount of users we have, the amount of people that are engaged. This isn't new signups. These are people who are actively playing the game. Is increasing every day on average by 50%, which is a growth that Star Citizen has not had at any point like this. And I imagine some aspect of that has to affect all of these issues. Issues that were this big before become this big when all these people go. But the reason those numbers are improving is because of the work that you're doing and Rich and Rick and Ian and all of those guys are doing to make Star Citizen into the thing that it was always supposed to be. And we weren't going in the right direction like this for the last 18 months there, and it's proving out in the numbers and whatever. So it's my heart's. I don't know if you can hear my heartbeat right now. I'm way out over the ledge at this moment. I don't know if we're going to sit here and we're going to talk about everything that was wrong and whatnot like this. I don't think it's fair without also saying that these guys out there, yeah, they've got some work to do. There's some bugs to fix. There's some performance optimizations that are needed, but they are killing it. You are killing it. And so the numbers speak for themselves. So thank you, and we'll see if I'm back next week for another show.
There are a lot more players, that's for sure.
There are a lot more players. There are so many more players now than there was a year ago. And it's just, I feel like that has to play, that has to say something about how successful we've been, even in spite of all this stuff, even in spite of my very clear frustrations.
Yeah.
Poor Seb and Lauren and whatnot. They got a message from me about an hour and a half before the show and says, "Strike the set. We're doing something different. We're not doing the show." And they're just like, "What?" So thank you for allowing me. That said, before we go, I have a letter. I want to read and then we're going to get into a thing. This is from the lead producer on Star Citizen. So this is the producers are at all levels. You've seen directors. You don't see a lot of producers. You don't see a lot of producers on the shows and whatnot. Usually because they're too busy running around making sure everybody else is doing their work and like I don't got time for you. We tried to get Phil here today for this, and again, too busy going through and making sure everything. But he had
say about me. Wait a minute, I'm also really busy.
You're almost never here, Jens. You're clearly very busy. Honestly, it's been a while. It doesn't seem to have anything going on.
That's why he's up in the middle of the night.
I know. So I'm gonna read this letter from Phil, and we're gonna go into our last section here. Okay. So after the release of 4.8.0, we reassessed our bug prioritization process. We're into the bug phase of the show here. Instead of having priority determined by the development team and validated by QA, we handed over the selection, some elements of the selection and prioritization in certain categories of bugs to the player experience team. The player experience team is internally always pushing and advocating for issues that players are most impacted by. So this should, in theory, address a perceived disconnect between us as developers fixing a lot of issues and players feeling like little has improved. Now, that's not to say that the priorities in the past were detached from what players reported on Issue Council, Spectrum, or Reddit, but clearly, things weren't working as well as they could have been. With 4.
Thank you for your deep psychological analysis, Noga Knight. Damn, we should have got you in earlier. We just wasted 2 hours.
0.9, we will work through a newly refined list of issues affecting instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map, inventory, docking, exploits, login flow, and issues that falsely destroy your ships and more. On top of that, we're tracking a longer list of quality of life issues with new players report regularly. Many veterans know a lot of convoluted workarounds to some of these issues, but really, they shouldn't have to deal with those to begin with. And because we want to ensure Star Citizen is as new player friendly as it can be, we're tackling a wider range of common problems that impact this first hour or so of any session. So in addition to the things we're going to go on, there's a new effort about things that specifically affect the very first hour. There are about 80 issues remaining on our priority list. And while we will tackle a lot of them for 4.9, we want to avoid just playing whack-a-mole with some of those bugs. Fixing a lot of bugs is not the same thing as fixing the root causes behind the symptoms that appear as bugs. For instance, freight elevators have seen around 70 or 80 bug fixes this summer. But due to the reactive nature of that endeavor, players don't feel like it's nearly as stable or reliable as it should be. Now, freight elevators that have a lot of interactions with other systems will need to be made reliable, but they're a core gameplay mechanic and must be stable at all times. I misread that sentence, but I'm going to keep going. On the flip side, we had a similar situation with transit in 2024 and early 2025 where we fixed a lot of bugs that didn't seem to make a difference. We then invested that time into building better debugging tools and self-repair flows, that's the self-healing I mentioned before, and yielded a much more stable system, even though on paper, way fewer bugs were actually fixed. We want to repeat this methodical approach with other systems like freight elevators, hangars, and more. For that reason, we don't expect everything to be magically solved for 4.9.0, and I wouldn't read it if he did. We will continue this initiative beyond that into 4.10 and beyond, but we're more confident that in this new transit, the same approach that we use for transit, to bring these systems in line with the scale and complexity requirements that Star Citizen has in 2026. Now, what we're about to see, or what we're about to talk about, there's nothing to put on thing, is what people are working on today. Do you have your dashboard up? You want to hold your dashboard up? Just hold it up for this camera right here. Stand on this camera. No, stand on this camera. There you go. Hold that. That camera right there. It's closer.
A bit.
Do you see it?
Forward.
See it? Oh, that doesn't look like anything. It's exposed wrong. Okay, switch to that one. Switch to Benoit. Benoit's closer camera. Benoit's camera.
What are we doing?
No, it's still overexposed. Right. Anyway, this is a dashboard of what people are working on today. So these particular bugs were prioritized in line with the player experience team. This is a new initiative inside the basically, as Philip said, not just what Issue Council says and what Dev thinks, but we're actually adding a third kind of pillar in here, and that's the player experience team, like the community team, they're both involved in this. It's you are the ones who are seeing what they're anecdotally saying on Spectrum, on Reddit, on Twitch, on YouTube, and stuff. Come in with that. Atypical information, that anecdotal information, and so we can apply the Issue Council stuff with the developer stuff, with the anecdotal stuff, and find a new way to prioritize which bugs get fixed.
Jesus.
So we're going to try this. We're going to see how it works, and
sounds like a disaster.
More than just say, hey, we're going to do it in a way. We're going to go through and tell you what people are actively working on today, and then you can tell us whether we're on the right track. Benoit, what do you got?
Well, so yeah, I thought we would take a look at a couple of those. So I've got all the categories that you listed. And
give me the category first so I can prime my
prime your mind to the right.
Let me hear what he has to say about this.
Hangars. We're going to start with hangars.
Oh, that's a tough start. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
So now I'm gonna sort of pick the ones that I think are interesting in the list, right? In each segment. So we're gonna take a look at this. So
these aren't in any particular order. This is just This is just some.
They're being worked on today, right? Exactly. So PU multi-locations, instance hangars, exterior hangar doors remain closed while interior hangar door opens. So that's when your hangar interior doors open, but the gateway outside is still locked down.
Yeah. So they belong to two different parts, right? You have the exterior and you have the interior. The interior is yours. You can control that in your instance. The exterior needs to be synchronized with your interior door. So what most likely happens there is, for some reason, your interior thinks you've been given the right to this gateway, or you could have been given the right to a different gateway. And there's an exterior door opening somewhere to a nothing, and your door is opening to a closed door.
Right.
So there's a few things that could happen there, and And normally it's that sort of handshake between the exterior and the interior
Which
via the notorious ATC.
Notorious ATC.
I see Joxfin in chat says that's a rare issue to happen, but W if you fix it. It's rare for Joxfin, but we have the luxury of having logging for every single player in the game. And while you've been lucky enough that it's rare for you, it is not for many others.
But this one goes with his little brother, overlapping hangers. So a player repositioned when landing in hangar ATC given, but seen as trespassing in someone else's hangar results in being repositioned, which I think is sibling.
Yeah, definitely, because you're looking at a situation where you think you're interior.
So, did I just mishear all of that? Is he saying that they're approaching bug prioritization differently now by lining up issue council reports with dev reports and now some sort of like anecdotal reports from the player base as well? Or is this changing? Is this the issue council changing, the front-facing issue council? Or or is this how they're prioritizing things in the background? Like that's confusing. Like what? Isn't that? I would have assumed. I would have assumed that's how it always worked. It's for triage. Makes sense. Yeah. I just assumed that's exactly how it always would have worked. Basically, the player experience team is a high saying what gets fixed. So I hear it, address the day-to-day. Matt Black, wow, that's rough. It sounds like it could make it so the biggest issues people are dealing with always get prioritized more. Yeah, but I just assumed they were always working on that sort of shit, or they just knew better and like they disregarded what we said because we don't know game development. You know, I always just assumed they know better. That's why certain issues aren't getting fixed. Even though everybody's crying out about them, you know, until obviously Foxy makes a video about it. And then when Foxy makes a video, it gets prioritized and fixed. Adding a community perspective for bug priority. Not the player base, the big media influencers. So Tirada, what do you mean? They didn't mention anything about streamers or anything. Have you met this community? I have, yes. It's the player experience team, so that was its purpose. Exactly. Like, I just assumed this is how it's always worked. If Detox makes a video, it gets ignored. That is not true, man. I made two videos about... No, I made one video about the invisible player issue, and then they really started looking into it. I'm proud of that. That was the one time I weaponized my YouTube channel. Oh, the other time was ground vehicles. They didn't give a shit about that. Thank you, Migs. The watch streak. They said they prioritize player experience team stuff, whatever that means. So, yeah, the player experience team are developers that are out there literally recording what the players are encountering, recording what the biggest problems are, the biggest pain points, and feeding that back to the devs that have the skills to fix it. Somebody like Benoit of Red, who was used to stream Star Citizen many years ago in the early days. They picked him up very quickly because his content was all about very analytically breaking down bugs in the game and problems that people were experiencing. And they hired him, and he's been there ever since. He works in Evo Kati and works on the team. He's a good guy. Yeah, thank you, Matt Black. Don't forget the attrition video, D. Oh yeah, we did the video where we blew up a 890 jump with a two size 1 attritions on a dragonfly in like 2 seconds. What I'm getting from this, it will make it so the things people are actually most upset about get prioritized. I'm sure those things overlap a lot, but maybe not always. Yeah, I mean, I just generally thought that's exactly how it worked, and yes, the community can be loud about certain things. You know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But I also assumed, like Berlin said, CRG is triaging. It always comes down to they know best, and even if, you know, there's a really squeaky wheel out there, if fixing that thing isn't a priority or would only create more problems, then COG doesn't do it. I just assume that's how it always works. And maybe that's how this is going to work as well. It just seems weird that they're acting like this is something new, but I guess it is. Detox made a video jokingly saying Chris needs a yacht and CR bought 2, so I would say his videos have reach.
Has been given a certain gateway. You're heading there.
Yeah.
But it's actually someone else's castle. So you're like
Yeah, not good.
correctly trespassing, but obviously incorrectly been told
The trespassing
that was
system,
yours.
rock solid. All right.
The trespassing system, it's like Johnny on the spot. Hey, you're in the wrong hangar, dude. But you're not supposed to be in the wrong hangar.
Yeah. And then the third trifecta in this segment, which if you put them all together, is players can get stuck at repositioning player indefinitely after getting impounded. And so if you get impounded, there's a chance that the server will never complete the repositioning that's supposed to take you out of your hangar. Most likely in this case, one of our charter elements, which is that there's an asynchronous call, waiting for a callback that never happens. There should be a timeout so that it can be retried and complete.
Yeah.
In this case, it gets stuck there.
Well, it can also be validation. For some reason, someone has not given us the reposition position that were created are no longer in a valid position. Because I think one of the rules is you will not be repositioned until we know there's floor underneath you.
Right.
So until there's floor,
And that's a learning because I'm sure that we repositioned before without checking that.
yes.
That led to some interesting ones.
Yes.
Corrosion on Twitch says, I entered my hangar last night and the entire hangar despawned and someone else came into the same hangar and I was EVA in space on the internal geometry of the station.
Sweet. That is definitely related to this.
Yep.
It sounds like his positioning position wasn't amazing
Right,
in that
yeah,
case.
yeah.
Also does disprove my floor
Sure.
because he clearly did not have floor.
Right.
No. Okay.
This auto refresh is interesting. Okay. Maybe there's been progress. Okay. So
Yeah, maybe you're right, Art. Charge says, joking aside, it feels like this might be a forward-facing rebrand of their existing process with maybe a little more manpower dedicated to it now. It may well be, which kind of goes against my theory that they're speedrunning to some sort of 1.0 and just, throwing is... I mean, I think both can still be true. Throwing things in, not looking back, but maybe they are just reprioritizing and shuffling around. Maybe it's a Squadron 42 thing. Maybe it's because Squadron 42 is finally hitting an upper inflection point. Maybe finally. Maybe more people are coming off Squadron and they're able to dedicate more people to this. Like, as maybe before it just didn't have many people on it. And like you said, they're putting more manpower on it and now they can make it more official and rebrand it a little bit and be more open about it. If I'm looking at this optimistically, I would say, yeah, maybe Squadron is putting more people onto freeing up more manpower to dedicate to fixing things as they plow forward for beta, some sort of 1.0 in, a few years in the future, whatever. So they can do both. Yeah, we're playing on 1.5 times. Sorry, because it's a very long video. Yeah, I know, Olsen. It's shitty, dude. I don't think there should be any special treatment there for streamers or anything like that. The point is, though, the point that Foxy was making in that video about him being shardlocked was that he's a concierge and has spent thousands, and the whole point of concierge is that you get priority support. He's speaking for all the concierge players, and he's right. There was nothing he said there was really wrong. The fact that he didn't even get response for however many days. Oh, what's up, Q?
next one is the one my personal hangar pet peeve is retrieving vehicle while another occupies the hangar platform will cause the retrieved vehicle to instantly spawn.
It was last minute, but
to the vehicle occupying the platform.
I think they changed last minute.
F's in chat if that's ever happened to you. You can keep doing what you're doing.
Okay, and so this is basically typically.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Chad.
This
Yeah, it's
typically.
never happened to anyone. Interesting. Good to know.
So typically this happens when you use the ASOP terminal outside of your hangar, and for some reason your hangar was stowed
Yeah,
with a
no
ship on the pad, which normally shouldn't happen, but in this case happens. And so there's a lot of missing checks here where basically we don't check if there's a vehicle there, and so it gets spawned into a direct intersection, which is also very bad for the server because it cannot resolve that. And so one of those two ships is either going to go. The dreaded pink destruction, if you remember that.
Well, there's still got F's in chat, so I'm going to say that was a high. That's been correctly identified as a high priority.
Yep.
Right. What else you got? Again, in case you've nodded off after 2 hours here, we're going through the bugs that are actively being worked on today. Not today.
Yeah, also, I mean, you're not the only one. That's the point.
Right now.
Loads
There's
of-
literally people on these things right now.
But he just
player
brought,
loses access to
shined a
systems
light
and
on the
parameter
problem for
reasons.
everyone.
Is a classic one. My character is
guess.
actually in this state right now.
Where is your hangar? Have you found it?
Area 18.
But
Yeah, he did get special treatment as
Yes.
well,
Or
I
is it gone?
think.
No, the hangar is actually there, but
Ah.
I never spawned in it in my case. But I think that in the case of these, where most players I've discussed with, the hangar is actually either stowed in another inventory somewhere else for some reason. So that's the hunch so far. We'll see what the team actually comes up with, but that's one that we definitely want to solve. Now I've got more on the hangar side, but I figure in the interest of time, I would keep going with the other
$1,000,
categories.
Atticus.
We've got login flow related issues. So we talked a bit about shard lock. That's one of them. So basically being a bit more communicative about shard lock and no longer having shard lock at all for players that stay in the shard. 64,008 spawn resolution error. And his little brother, 64,006 disconnection. Again, resolve player location. I can speak to this one a little bit. This is typically a symptom. So if we fix this issue specifically, where the display will change. But what actually happens is that when you connect to a game shard, the replication layer, so the hybrid that's in front of it, is going to coordinate bringing your character into the game world. But he doesn't know to start which of the 10 servers he's running your character should be on. And so he needs one of those servers to help resolve your location so that we can unstow you in the right area in the tree and then hand off authority to the server that's managing this region. The way this is done is that the replication layer will hand this work off to any of the game servers on the shard. Now, when we have Idrises blowing up servers left and right, there's a very high chance that the server this will be ended up to is dead or is in the process of dying and is rebooting. And so what happens in this case is that the player will get to the end of the context establisher task, the CETs, and he will get a 64,008 or 12 error. And so we need to make this a bit more robust on that side so that either we know which servers are alive completely, and so that if a server is doing a server reboot, we don't assign them a resolution task. That would be one thing. But also trying to streamline that, right, so that it's a bit more efficient.
Yes. If a server is dead, we shouldn't assign it.
Small one I wanted to touch on here was friends list showing 0 out of 1, right, instead of the player counts per shard. So we're rejigging this a bit. It's going to come back. This is a temporary thing.
Is that a priority
No,
fix?
Matt
then?
Black.
What is that?
In the login flow section, it is.
All right. Well,
It's been reported.
Sure, but it's part of this initiative. Part of this initiative is to make sure that people are on the most
Correct.
important stuff like this. Give me one tell me that somebody's working on docking.
Correct. Let's talk about docking. The very first one.
Okay.
Well, that's just been
Unable-
fixed, hasn't it, in one of the patches, or at least one of the problems with it. Or maybe that was a pending fix.
The dock using docking.
We're nearly at the end, guys. We've nearly done it.
Isn't it?
Correct.
This has been good, though. It's been very good.
We looked at this morning, and it was actually.
Yeah, Afmo, why would they hire Foxy when he's doing it for free? And generating engagement and material for their game. Literally no reason to. My friend's list always says 0 out of 0. I haven't had any issues so far.
Resolved when we were talking. It is now reopened. So we're gonna have to dive into that.
Did it work around, but not live
basically
yet?
Docking
Maybe,
is
maybe.
a
Maybe I read it
subject
wrong.
that's always coming back. And this patch has been also contributing to the overpopulation of ships because players would just basically land on pads and leave the ships there, or where there's no inbound, and so that's a big issue. So first one is unable to dock using docking collars.
So I can quickly just go on. So when you say it's resolved and then reopened, so what happens there is the developers, to the best of their abilities, found the issue. They've fixed the issue, they've tested the issue locally, then gone, it's solid. I know how to cause the error, I put a fix in, I fix it in,
Thanks, Kuko.
validated, I've now resolved the issue. But obviously, in this case, what sounds like the feature is not working at all, clearly there is a situation that either they
That's
didn't
the
predict
one
or
machine,
that doesn't
yeah.
happen on a local machine. Again, we talked about
Yeah,
you don't
it
have
works
the
on my
single
machine,
code,
but the second it got up to network validation, it fell down.
That said, though, I mean, I will say that we have a very, very impressive setup for locally running what is a replica of what we play in live, which is amazing. It's an amazing system.
There's an entire pseudo live environment right here in the office.
We call it the CIG dev kits.
Yeah, it's
Really?
cool.
Give me,
But yeah, unfortunately, in this case, clearly,
is
either.
there one or
Can
two
it
more for
emulate
docking?
like
After
5
manually
server
docking a
frames per
vehicle, there is
second
a
as well?
chance for the docking bridge to lose collision, causing the actor to start to EVA. Most likely close to another issue we've seen on the command module about managing physics.
it's not completely
skip lists,
downhill,
which is
but-
how
no.
elements we want to skip from collision in certain cases from a given perspective. Yeah, probably related.
Is this when you're trying to dock and it ends up just eating you out into space?
Yes,
Okay.
that's right.
Okay,
So someone's
You don't want the docking collar to collide with your ship and cause lots of problems there, right? So there's a period in time when the two are trying to get together, and
just people just need to get good and stuff.
they have to dock perfectly.
Cargo services will not respond to hails, making players unable to request cargo loading zone related to ATC and docking in this case. That's another one we're looking at.
Freight elevators?
Freight elevators, let's skip to that. So hauling missions have no cargo to pick up at the collect location. So
I I don't know. I guess this is people want to hear about this stuff, but this is I'm not too interested in hearing about them going over like every individual bug report. Personally, I want to hear about cope fulfilling goodness like dynamic server meshing. Benoit, what's going on with it? Come on, tell us. We have an ad break underway at the moment, but to be honest, I don't think that anybody's missing too much. I think just talking about the bugs at the moment that are on their priority list. They should do more open communications like this in a much shorter format. They used to, 1,000 cows. And they changed the format, changed the programming. It used to be called Around the Verse. And there's a whole section dedicated to bug smashing and other things. But they moved away from that. And to be honest, I don't know, man. I guess it's never enough, though. When I applied for Detox's.org, they weren't accepting new applicants. I think it's because I used to bully him with his caps and chair. Wait, what? No, you didn't. And, yeah, we're not. But we are picking people who take part in their open events. Next week, the IMI Kappa Toast has, for some mad reason, decided to launch the Fresh Meat Initiative. We're doing a bunch of open events people can take part in. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be laggy. It's going to be a mess. But you're welcome to get involved in those. And it'd be like, you know, playing casually, chaotically together in groups. But people who are like good picks, I think, will be picked to join the org. So if you want to get involved in some of those events next week, go check out the event calendar. It is demonstrative detail because they're showing the sheer number of bugs they have at hand, plus the new development, plus the new ships, plus squadron. This is a response to the devs do not care about our bugs posts. Just in my opinion. Okay. Possibly, man. Possibly.
So this is basically when you get to your mission location and, you know, it's like, hey, pick up this Adonite from this location, and you get there and there's nothing to pick up. So
and then once it's over, they don't have to do it again.
Again, everything we're talking about in this section has somebody actively assigned to it working on it right now.
Yeah. That's a bridge between mission and freight elevator, which is interesting, which is, you know, requires...
Yeah, no, sure, that's going to be chaos.
Freight elevator is not working and displaying an overload error, preventing cargo pickup. Do you want to speak about this one? Because I think we talked about this today.
Well, I think we talked about the overload error is one of those that's a little bit too generic. That can imply many different things. Similar to the ATC or the ASOP saying your ship is unknown.
Right.
You know, it becomes a bit of a catch-all, and
people pull up and it's like they pull up and it looks like it's like a small box, and they're getting an overload error. Like the system thinks the small box is a much bigger box, kind of thing.
And like Philip said in the letter you so eloquently read out, obviously we fixed tons and tons of bugs on freight elevators as part of a long-going initiative, and we probably fixed lots of overload issues as part of that. But because overload is a catch-all, it will, you know, unless you get more granularity.
This will be affected by people throwing the water bottles.
I was going to say, because that was that thing. That was that thing like a year ago when people would put the bottle on top and just kill the entire.
Yeah. Well, it's a variation of that really, because the freight elevator looks at the volume, right, and will make sure that it's got stuff that you own in it and that there's no overload on it. So that's one of the things.
Yeah, he does have good cleanup to the point where he was cleaning up layers recently.
See, that's an example where like there's another bug further down, which is you have a chance to lose your cargo by activating the freight elevator kiosk, which is basically a malfunction of that cleanup to prevent the overload. So you know that needs to be solved.
That I like you just casually mentioned the freight elevator eating cargo.
That's the worst.
That's
well, for me that would be in its top. Right?
I mean,
because that goes against.
I mean, I don't need to be Wicklow's PR agent here, but the reason there's a reason for a lot of the bad sentiment about Wicklow is because the freight elevator is eating cargo. Yes. And you know, it's easy to say, well, this is a Wicklow problem. It's not a Wicklow problem.
Steals your shit.
Wicklow is a disembodied head and torso behind it.
So you don't think it's a sleight of hand that he's going like, I'll have some of that
and whatnot. It's this freight elevator issue. This is.
Or maybe Wicklow runs the 000 graveyard.
He's on the you know, like back end team. I can't remember his name, Olsen.
Yes, this violates the first principle in the charter we're putting in place, which is player items are sacred.
But that also highlights that in the same inventory, this is fragility in the transition between the physical world and the virtual kind of UI world that a lot of the sort of inventory lives in. If it's sort of back end. Visualization of the backend is a virtual item in a way, and the physical item.
I don't want to spend. We're over a lot of time and stuff, and you literally have an airplane to catch to go back. But it's. I'm sorry. The freight elevator disappearing cargo thing is my major thing. And again, when I do my simpleton's hat,
lead coder,
it seems like it's like okay, like you got an order of operations, you've got to delete. Shouldn't the delete just be the absolute last? Shouldn't you just complete every other action that you're supposed to do, your mission checking, blah, blah, and then delete is at the end? Yes. It sounds like delete's just happening too early.
Yeah. Well, in this case, it's a function of the cleanup.
Yeah, it could be the cleanup, right? And it's something added to prevent another issue now causing an issue that's
Gotcha.
worse than what we were trying to prevent in the first place.
That
Now
makes
we come
more
back
sense.
to
That makes more sense. Okay.
again what Philip said in his letter. This is one of the places where we want to go back and kind of go like, right. So it might mean in short term you're not seeing like bing 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 lots of like individual fixes, but we're going to go like what's actually at the very bottom of this. Where is it?
So it looks like it's an issue with Wicklow, but it's actually an issue with the freight elevator. It's actually an issue with the cleanup system.
Yeah, exactly. So
And it's
can we make the cleanup system?
So the cleanup system is giving the freight elevator a bad rep, and the freight elevator is giving
Super
Wicklow a bad
annoying.
rep. And the issue is okay.
Yeah, or maybe we can find a way that we don't need the cleanup at all. Yeah.
All right.
Just one last one on freight elevators before
Sure.
moving out is freight elevators being inoperable, going inoperable completely, which is still a thing, which we've had multiple fixes for, but that's one that we definitely need to close out. Should I jump into QT and star
I was
map?
going to say, let's do QT and star map.
So quantum travel route resets after setting route.
Pain in the
That's
arse.
It's annoying when the sat nav does that.
Super. Probably
So-
my most hated bug is the freaking quantum. I always say it. It's you interact with the quantum travel every game session, and it's the one that consistently breaks or does or abuses your time. Any kind of navigation, travel, star map issues, I cannot stand. Like it's the most basic thing, traveling in the game, trying to get somewhere, and it just impedes you constantly.
It's like, it's not exactly. Okay, I was about to say it's not game breaking. It is game breaking. If you can't get to where you're going, that's pretty darn game breaking.
Yeah.
But it ends up working after a second or a third or a fourth attempt and whatever. That's what I mean by the thought was it's not game breaking. But it's just one of those things. It just makes things look so bad. It's like
Yeah, it needs to be flawless.
be-
Because that's
Yeah,
again a
it
traversal
does.
system.
It's
right? The tar map
fatiguing.
becomes
It
like the routing
genuinely
system.
genuinely
I think,
fatigues you
again,
dealing with it over and over and over
I'm not
again.
super apologetic or anything, but the routing is one of those that it's written for a few technology iterations ago now. So
Yeah.
we got some interesting changing coming.
They're released now also, and you can fly your Idrits again. They
Just
released them.
little seemingly simple things like that, small things, not simple, small things like that just really erode confidence in anything. Like if I
Jens,
can't
thank
even
you, Sarah.
plot where I want to go,
Director
and
of
you can't
Gameplay Programming. Wow.
get me there. It's like it's just so.
Also, the first one is it resets. Next is doesn't plot around obstacles. Next is while in station, destination on opposite side won't set route. Those are the main ones, I think. There's more obviously being worked on.
Yeah, so these are all
those the main ones to
prioritized, is
call out.
basically what they're saying. So
on
that's
QT,
good.
Tunnel exit can be in the same system as entrance, where you basically go through the quantum jump successfully. Right? You're piloting it right. You're doing all the things right. You get to the end, and then you're back in stand-up. Obviously, that's not great. So we're looking into that at the moment.
I mean, forgive me for being blunt, hasn't some version of that bug existed since we added jump points in 4.0?
Yes.
Yeah.
Different source cause though, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you fix that cause, and then you fix 7-Up, and then Pepsi shows up, and you fix Pepsi, and then
Yeah.
So it's,
Well, that's why coupled with this effort of prioritizing
Yeah,
these
exactly,
issues, there's
key.
also the robustness evaluation we're doing across the board, right? Because it's not just about getting the bugs fixed and then they break again. It's about trying to change the culture behind how we fix them, and then sort of what we check in the periphery of the fix, right? So make sure it's root cause analysis, and that it's not just a patch on top of another one, right? So that's quantum in general. I got more if you want to keep going.
Star map. Oh, I guess that was Star map.
That was Star map and quantum.
We haven't said one word about exploits.
We haven't said one.
Okay,
word
well, we
about
did. Technically, the part where you could buy the weapon or whatever item it was, and then you could break it down, and then you could sell the broken down materials for 4 times what.
But that's worse than an exploit. That's legal and legit in this case because we put those prices in, right? So it's not an exploit in this case. But we are tracking several potential exploits that that range. We're not going to go into details into exploits because that's kind of an area that we won't want too public about. We don't want people to be using those exploits if they are confirmed or.
Well, we benefit from those people not knowing we know what we know. It lets us track. It lets us learn more about it. It lets us find not just that cause of it, but that cause of it and that cause of it. It's very easy. It's very easy to be frustrated when you see an exploit go and continue. It's like, why the hell isn't CIG doing something about it? When it's like, well, no, we are. We're baiting the hook. It's like if we smack this cause of it now, then we never get to see this one, and we never get to see this one. So there are reasons why we leave these things going for perhaps longer than some people would prefer, because it's how we find out how it's happening. It's how we find out who is doing it, and it's like this. So it's that's one of those ones where I could see why it's frustrating, but it's actually
Don't spring the trap
process
too
what we do.
early.
So we're tracking exploits across different range of types of exploits, whether they're environment exploits or related to the economy exploits or duping or adjacent duping or mission bypass, things like that. So we're tracing a bunch of those. We're tracking. We have a great team doing this work, by the way, like that support the developers across with all our crazy questions about what, who, and when, and how. And so these guys are doing great supporting us. We did not talk about inventory. We kind of skimmed over it.
I don't know, we could do a whole hour on inventory. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but so items that are being worked on today, like you mentioned, so inventory becomes unavailable and contents of backpack station loot inventory is empty. So this player reporting, I've lost everything. Well,
I hope they put this list out in a post. Or that's a good point. Like, is this initiative going to be public? Are they going to publicize their initiatives every week, every month? Like, where can we see this? Will we be able to see it? Is it business as usual? Anyway, I don't know. As far as Star Map, Nav, Space Engineer says hyperdrives and you make GPS, boom, you jump, you're there. This has been implemented for years and works fairly well. I mean, the method of travel and everything isn't in question, Nogonite. It's just the mechanics, the system doesn't work. Large group ops are sick. I love getting a team together to handle the griefing group outside of Stanton Gateway a couple of days ago. Dude, I've never had problems outside gateways, personally. Never seen it. But I hear about it a lot. I thought they said it would be on Spectrum at the start of this segment. Could be wrong. I hope so. Because it'll be nice to have... You know, obviously, it's great to hear that they're changing their initiative, but we kind of need to see it and know as well. We can't have like a SCL talk about it
some
every
of the
few
back-end
months.
modifications we've done recently are going to help on that front.
Yeah, something like that. Obviously not. They would never do that.
Also equipped. That's a regression in 4.8. And so that's a bit of an issue because click a core armor installs the element that's above. I know
but
the team's working on that.
Something, some regular
the undershoot icon slot in the player inventory will be missing after being sent to Klesher. I think that's by design. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's an issue. So if you go to prison,
you're saying criminals don't deserve undersuits.
There's no undersuits for criminals. But no, I'm joking. So we got to fix that. What else are we looking at here? When opening the inventory and the player has a lot of items, it can be delayed opening it with no items available or missing icons. So icon rendering in the inventory has had a lot of work in 4.8 to speed up the rendering. We're still not where we want to be. Like, we've optimized the way the UI is actually rendering them, the way the actual panes is constructed. But now we need to really look at the RTT graphics side of this to make that super snappy. The goal is really, you press I, it's all there. There's no delay at all. So
yeah, God, that would be nice.
We want to get there. Now, this is even more pronounced on very large inventories at the moment. So.
Yeah, and if the delay for whatever reason is because we haven't yet been able to populate your snapshot of your inventory, there should be an indicator. Yeah. I think they just got lost in transits. I know the guys were talking about that.
Yeah.
Spinning icons.
I swear this is getting progressively quieter.
Needs to be displayed as well. That's the key.
Ideally never happen.
Of course. Yeah. Well, the icons have been kind of questionable for years, but you're talking about the recent.
Yes.
The recent. It's a different problem with the icons than the issues we've had with the icons before.
Right.
It's not about the look. It's about the timings and getting them on screen.
On
like
screen.
Like Benoit wants them right
like
away.
That. There's one more that I want to call
I'm losing steam. Holy shit.
The way it's written is item lost when equipped by mouse click, which is a bit crazy, but there's a case where items don't end up where you think they end up. And so people think they're lost. We don't have evidence that they're lost yet, but
we're nearly the end.
They don't go where you're supposed to go. Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure that is actually the definition.
I'm disappointed there's been no talk of dynamic server meshing. I think they're probably going to save that for its own episode. But
I expect it to be in this place, but it's actually in some place else.
No, normally it can be found again by doing it again, because where it goes is the same. So your next item will go to the same place, which will then replace that item and either send it back or put it into your hands when you realize this. This is again about going from the sort of virtual item to the physical item. We put it on you, but like hidden, and then you play out the performance of putting it into your hand from that state, rather than just popping it into your hand.
Yeah.
Maybe skinks. That's what I want to know, man.
Complex. When you have multiple async systems, they have to go through lots of steps.
I didn't go through most of the first hour hardening that we're doing as well, but there's a lot of issues that are being tracked from the first hour of gameplay. Like, basically, you're a new player, you come in, what's your first hour of gameplay? So this goes from ship combat behaviors, rubber banding, we talked about server performance here, that definitely is related. Turning off the power and back on the power on the selected starter ships doesn't also turn on the radar. These are things, these are a bit more less critical, but critical to the first hour of gameplay, right? So that gives you a bit of an idea.
All right. Somebody in the chat, when we were talking about exploits, it's like, it'd be easier if you told us what an exploit is and isn't, whatever. And I've been thinking about that. It happened like 5 minutes ago and whatnot. It's sticking in my head because it's like, we can't give a list of exploits because that just draws a bunch of people to those exploits and makes the problem worse. Like, that's just not something any online game does. And there's a long established history, predates CIG, why you can't do that. And I'm like, and then sometimes I'm known for being a little snarky.
Really?
Surprise. And so my brain was like, it's like, if you get that little excited feeling in your stomach, like you're getting away with something that somebody would be upset with if they found out about it, that's probably a good indicator that it's an exploit. And if you don't have that, I'm like, it's like my brother never had that, so I'm like, that's what I wanted to say. I'm like, no, my little brother never possessed that, so I'm like, well, that's not going to work either. So I don't know, guys. I don't know an effective way of explaining what is an exploit and what isn't an exploit. Just
I get that feeling every time I drink from my eternal bottle of Cruise Lux. I'm still here. I'm still going strong, guys. Take a sip, finish it, put it back in my inventory, get it out again. It's a refilled bottle. And I'm like a giddy little child. I don't need to buy 100 bottles of Cruise Lux. I just keep drinking from the same one. Jesus. Right, we're basically at the end. Couple more minutes.
It's just try to utilize whatever judgment
what a life
you have.
it's been.
If you don't know, ask a friend. Maybe it's like I said. I was all ready with that snarky answer, and then I remembered my own brother would never. Maybe is my brother a bad person? I don't think so.
Lanky carries 20 of them. Yeah, just carry 20 of them so you don't look like you're exploiting, even though you are.
So yeah, everybody, that's our show. I hope. I think about how I want to say this. We threw the old show away. We did a little bit of it here at the end. What you just saw was a little bit of what we had in the old show and whatnot. So I apologize. I hope you don't mind us taking the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Again, this is part of our scheduled stuff. You were here. You're literally. It's no coincidence that you're over here and right now to do this. It's part of our scheduled stuff that we set out to do back at the beginning of 2025 and stuff. I really appreciate that we get to do this. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this. I appreciate that you all will sit through and listen to this. And I mean, I already said everything I need to say before. For those of you who choose not to weaponize it and choose to recognize that we are human beings who will make mistakes, but are on the whole are doing work that I'm incredibly proud of. I appreciate you.
You're
that's
welcome,
it for the show.
Jared.
I think we're
but
back.
I can't make any promises. All right. If ground vehicles don't look better, I'm going to have to make another video that you can ignore.
I have no idea if we're back next week or whatnot, but after that, I will say, all of this talk right now is meaningless without action.
That's right.
We've been on this cadence. If you follow the cadence of patches this year, you should know that 4.9 is scheduled for the middle of July. It was the end of January and the end of March, and then in May we switched to the middle. The next one is June. It follows the same cadence as last year. We just had one in the middle. So the cadence has been in place for 18 months now. The next patch is scheduled for the middle of July. I don't have specific answers for you yet, but I know there are conversations going on about whether that should happen or not. Whether 4.9 goes ahead as planned, but we remove content from it, whether we keep the content in and we push that release back further to give it more time to address. The only thing I can confidently comment on right now,
the patch always goes. That's the only absolute. So it doesn't matter. The patch always goes.
Is that the people in this room and the other big decision makers that are having this conversation right now do not want a repeat of what just happened. So we're going to, through one method or another, whether it's removing content from 4.9 that we don't think is ready, or whether it's pushing 4.9 back until the content is, I don't know which direction we're going to take, but none of what we've talked about today is worth anything without meaningful action. So stay tuned to find out which direction that goes. Check in with your roadmap roundup, and I'm sure there'll be an announcement from the community team or whatever about which path we go. But that's it. That's our show. Thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That was Benoit. That was Jens. I think your mom was in chat, Jens. There was at least one person here who was like totally in love with you and was like, they should be on the show every week and whatnot. So hi, Jens's mom, I'm assuming. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Wow. And that's that. Man, that was a good hard. Good hard suck of the old coke.
I was watching poor Detox, and it was not a pleasant sight.
That's it. That's the last reserves. All my worries have been put to bed, says Moonrabbit. Bloody hell. Oh. Well, that was... Thanks so much for watching with me, guys. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the talks. Thanks for the discussions. Those 3 hours flew by, and that was 3 hours. We started watching probably about 10 minutes into the stream, so... that was, actually, yeah, it didn't drag, really. Only the last 15 minutes there dragged to me. But if you're asking about the camera thing, this is what the start of the stream looked like. It's kind of funny watching it in 1.5 times speed. Yeah, this is what the start of the stream looked like. They were, like, setting up. So I assumed what happened was it was all kind of, like, last minute. And they're like changing things around, moving things around, setting things up. But yeah, they got nice gear, man. Nice gear. I've been in there. I've been in this studio. It looks a lot more spacious with all the, with Jared's desk and the other seats and stuff gone. But actually, like, generally, it's a very small space. It is a very small space. It's a cool little place they gave Jared for his content. But I did the CIG studio tour, loved it, really cool studio. Jared took everybody through. Jared did, like, I don't know how many tours, but he did a lot of tours, and those tours were long, and he did them all day and was really enthusiastic, and showed everybody around and was like a good host, and he was very proud of this room. But one thing he did say was no pictures of this area. So I was surprised to see in the video that they had, the back area in view. But I guess, especially that view, I guess they had control of that. But hey, BB, what's up, dude? Where can I find the video that Jared says he was watching Poor Detox? Oh, God, that was years ago, Bouger. That was one of the SCLs where they were talking about... It's when the Mantis came out. Whenever the Mantis was released. Okay, Bart, no worries. I'm gonna need a fresh cylinder for sure, Animus, yeah. Yeah, it was a very good show, Lanky. It was a good show. Exactly, Glitch. Yeah, exactly about the sales thing. The fact that he says that is interesting, though. What's Pilgrim? I'm actually coughing from the copium. Did you hear about the news about Jared's new partner in crime? I did, yeah. Ollie43 is going to be the content manager, which I don't think is a role that exists. So, I don't know. It makes me wonder if I said this on Discord, they're going to groom him to replace Jared, potentially. CIG hired Ollie? They did, yeah. They're hiring Ollie43, apparently, to be the content manager. Working on this sort of stuff, I guess. I don't know, man. Maybe, because if Jared had to leave, who would replace him? There isn't anyone there that I'm aware of. Obviously, they have community managers, but that's a different job role. The grey market merchant turned content manager. Okay, I'm going to be a function adult now for a bit. Latest, thank you, Mersha, for hanging out, dude. It's been, like, you were here for the whole thing. Always a pleasure. Thanks, man. Thank you. Take care, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chats. They needed a new hype, man. Jared is getting too opinionated. Honestly, yeah. That's what it feels like. Lord knows. Ollie, he definitely does his hype. Nobody could replace Jared. I mean, no. No, Jared is special, but Jared's job is also unique. I think. You know, his job has changed and evolved with the project, and the job role he has, I think, is the job he defined and the job he wanted. I don't think it's like an actual job role that studios have as like a, you know, I guess there is like the job roles, the kind of job role that Jared has, it like blends with others, but generally like Jared's role is, I think, a community manager job ultimately. Thanks, Seraph. Take care, man. You know, it grew from being a community manager job into video production because CIG relies so heavily on their video production, or at least they did for a long while. I think, you know, that required him to be focused on that, the video and content production, not just video production, but content production. And either that's too much for him now, or they're replacing someone we're not aware of with Ollie, or Ollie's, you know, is going to almost be like an understudy of Jared. I don't know. There's no point speculating much. It's just, you know, best assumption is that they just need someone else to improve the content and or put more content out would be the best assumption. Yeah, 5 Star, what's up? We're talking about that, dude. Yeah. How you doing? Dude, your thumbnail made me laugh out loud, dude, when I saw it on YouTube. Good evening, are we all doomed? No. I didn't realize my title would be so clickbaity, rage-baity. The game is, you know, in a state right now, for sure, but that's all I meant by my title. He's a bit like what Paul Barnett was for Warhammer Online. Holy shit, dog. Haven't heard that name in a long time. Paul Barnett. Yeah, Paul Barnett. I love that guy. And he is. You're right. That is who Jared reminds me of. It's Paul Barnett. 100%. Paul Barnett, and who is the other guy? There was two of them. Mark something. Paul Barnett and the other guy. They're always like partners in crime. Just played another exec hangar loop. Everything worked and loot was spawning. Really, Kappa? Ooh. Nice. Yeah, Admiral, what's up? Always have been. Always have been. Star Citizen's definitely cooked right now. I mean, it's been cooked for the last few weeks, since 4.8, really, but it's playable. It's not like dead. Well, it wasn't playable yesterday, that's for sure. It's really hit or miss for me right now. In what way got in the game? Worked on my machine, says Kappa. That's the most important thing, as long as it works on your machine. Yeah, like generally the game is just in a poorer state than it has been for a long time. That's what I meant by that. But I don't need to keep explaining that, I think. As long as you're not taking it literally, you should be okay. If you are, well, if If they approached me for that, would you accept it? To work for CIG as a content manager? Only if I felt I didn't have a future as a content creator. You know, if I ever stopped doing the content thing, I would definitely be looking for a job like that in the industry. I have a lot of, you know, as a content creator, you know, you guys might not realize it or know it, but you are wearing many hats as a content creator. A solo content creator, you wear many hats. That you actually acquire quite a lot of skills. Hey, look, hats. And you know, I do YouTube and I stream and I help run a community. You know, I help run an organization, and you know, all those sort of things, among a lot of other things that you don't see, that all happen in the background, in the back end. You know, communicating with companies and sponsors and emails and talking to people in a professional capacity, and you know, there's lots of things you do as a content creator that are actually valuable to game companies. So. And you know, game companies actively look for content creators, certain content creators, to work for their companies because they are just a natural choice for a video game company or any company, right? Because companies always want content. They want content. They want to know what content to make. They want people that can make content that people want to watch. It's going to make them engaged with their product, with their game. So, from that sense, yeah, I would definitely, if I didn't think I could continue on as like a content creator, I'd 100% be looking to work with a company. I don't know if it would be CIG, but it would be cool to do for sure. How many hats? The FPS baseball caps? Many hats. Many hats. You acquire the hatred for humankind skill. No. Throwing Ollie under the bus? How? What do you mean? They wouldn't hire me anyway. CIG wouldn't hire me in that position. It'd be fun to work on the game capture team with CIG. You know, a few people from the community have traditionally been hired to work on those teams over the years. That always looks fun, you know, in like the big trailers for like Jump Town and ship trailers, and there's, you know, a dedicated team that is always round the clock filming content like that for Star Citizen. That would be a fun thing to do. That's something I have a lot of experience with. But any kind of like forward-facing role, like a content manager, I've probably been too critical over the years to be in that position. You know, without saying too much, Ollie 43 is very very positive, let's say. And, you know, maybe I'm just a dick. They just wouldn't like me for that reason. I'm not saying I'd be, you know, a good pick, but it would be cool. It'd be a cool job. And, yeah, I'm, you know, I'm happy for him. I think he was originally saying not long ago that, you know, he's struggling with making content and struggling with making Star Citizen content not long ago. So it would never happen. CR doesn't like Detox because of his impressions of him. That's very true. That would be a big blocker for me. He doesn't have battle scars yet. He's still relatively green. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe. He's been here a long time, Skinks, from what I understand. At least he's been back in the game for a long time. So what you're saying is community managers are basically failed streamers, YouTubers. That tracks, I guess. No, a lot of content creators just leave the job voluntarily because it's difficult, or they just got tired of it. Sometimes some people just want to move away from the uncertainty of content creation. It's constantly uncertain, right? 1 month to the next, it's always uncertain. You can have a good month, you can have a bad month, you can have 3 bad months. How many of those bad months can you take? So on and so forth. Some people just get sick of that. They just want a salary. They want to go back to the security of having a job. And that's completely understandable. What do you mean, no comments, Admiral? Dude, you have the greatest impressions. First time I heard Chris, I thought it was you talking. Very funny. Even more believable than the real Chris. Nice. The commute to Manchester is terrible too? Well, I'd have to live in Manchester. Yeah, I'd have to move, I guess. You can't do it remotely. But would I want to live in Manchester? No. Probably not. I love to work on procedural environments and tech art tooling. Yeah, Cat God, well, you're a dev anyway, right? Manchester hair? Wait, what, Kappa? South Coast better? Well, yeah, I don't know. Is Manchester expensive? I don't know. Oh, Manchester hair. Oh, for the love of God. Thank you. So yeah, interesting stuff. Manchester. Good SCL, good stuff. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Ollie's going to be doing then. And when he'll start there and when we'll start, if we'll even start seeing him. Is he going to be like in front of the camera? Is he going to be behind the scenes? Is he going to be abused by freaking Lando? That's a kind of dynamic I can see coming. I can see this dynamic of like Lando having this like old hardened veteran cop gets the new deputy sign up thing going on, and there's going to be this like dynamic where I don't know. I just getting that vibe. Like working for Lando, I can imagine he can be a real ball buster. I'm more concerned about the community flipping on him more than Lando being hard on him. Community flipping on him? In what way, Skinks? What, because of his like black market stuff? He starts Monday and he sent a tweet saying not on camera. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean that'd be nice. It'd be nice to just be behind the scenes. Be interested to see what he does. But, you know, Ollie can make content as well. He can still make content for his channel. He's got a massive channel, you know. He can still make content on the side as well. But not for, I think not for Star Citizen, he said. He said, you know, he's probably ramping up for GTA 6. Because I think a lot of his original content was around GTA. So he's probably going to, you know, work for Star Citizen, keep his finger on the pulse, and then he'll probably make content for GTA 6. Like everyone else and their dog will be making content for that goddamn game when it drops. With him being on COG's payroll now, some people may redirect their frustrations on him. I doubt it. No more than they would anyway as a streamer. You know how many people come in and tell me their problems? He's content, right? It's nothing to do with the problems of the game. True operator. Work for a gaming company and make content on the competition. Just slander them. Yeah. Streamers are just CIG employees anyway. It is true. Yep. The paychecks are wonderful. Those vacations don't pay for themselves, Q-Pan. Fuck. More ads. I have mad respect for Ollie because he was actually the first SC content creator I found and was a huge inspiration for my startup into the game. And then I found the great Detox and Piggy take on the verse. Get that Piggy out of there. It's not Detox and Piggy, it's Piggy Piggybacks. Detox and Piggy packs along. Hi Piggy, what's up man? How you doing? Ollie's most popular video for GTA 5 is 23 million views. Christ, really? Latest video for SC is 15K. I mean, yeah, but that video's years old, and you know, it's GTA has a way bigger, it's way bigger player base. You know, Star Citizen is still relatively niche in that respect, and Ollie's had tons of videos blow up and do well in SC. That's not really indicative of a pattern. Piggy is Detox's chaperone. More like Piggy carries Detox through the verse. Honestly, Q-Pan. You're lucky we're around to carry you. Stop making Piggy's head bigger. Doesn't need to be any bigger. The amount of editing I have to do to make him look good in the first place. Who's the MC for Detox? Piggy or Detox? MC? 100, you always hear him say, Piggy, would you take point? Because if I die on point, the content stops. I need a meat shield. Come on, guys, get with the program here. Gotta get with the program. Plus, it's hard enough to make him take point anyway. Because he wants, he doesn't want to die. He can't stand being seen to die. So I often have to take point anyway, protect him, and so that you protect his, the facade that you guys believe in. So you should, you should be commending me for being so brave. Yeah, Sandman. I mean, my last one got 500,000, dude. My last one blew up. Well, my last one, the one a couple before that. I've had a bunch of videos blow up. It's when they go outside of the community. That's when they blow up. Yeah, dude, I've got like 4 or 5 Star Citizen videos that are like 500,000 or close to. But the last one's, it's like 500,000. The one where we boarded that Idris and we disabled it with the Perseus, then boarded it, and basically the whole thing was like the most perfect Star Citizen moment ever. Basically, encapsulates what I love about the game. That blew up. It got like 500,000 views. And loads of people are like, oh my god, this game looks great, I'm gonna go get it. It's like, yeah, that sort of thing doesn't happen very often. I put it in the top comment, like, this is Star Citizen, this shit now doesn't happen often. Set your expectations. But it's definitely possible. It does happen. It's not just me that it happens to. Lots of people have those experiences out there. It's amazing. Really, Blazing? Your title clickbaited me so hard. What's the TLDR on Star Citizen's Cooked? It's just the game has been very unstable for the last 4 weeks. And they've just given us a big update on SCL about it, man. Addressing some of the concerns about like the problems in the back end and the server errors and the lobby errors and stuff. Piggy's like Clarkson and you're more Hammond. Can you guys shut up with these ridiculous comparisons, okay? I mean, that one's fine. Piggy, you can be Clarkson, I'll be Hammond. I'm fine with that. But, fake staged video where we're all actors. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it all comes down to the script for the day and what I've written into Piggy's character for the day. He's just one of the better ones at following the script. Truly think they should make org stuff relevant. Yeah, nothing crazy new, Blazing. It is, I guess it was a little bit clickbait, but I'm sorry. People play 15 minutes when the game doesn't give you an experience like the Idris boarding. New players like, where's the gameplay? And go online and complain. Yeah. And I always say, you know, Star Citizen is one of those games that makes you work for it. Like, you know, you have to really, not all the time, but sometimes, a lot of the time, you have to put in what you get out of it. You know, it depends on what you're willing to put in, which isn't a great place for a game to be, but that can be the case with SC, you know? You really got to put in the work to get the same out of it sometimes. Hey, Zero, what's up, dude? We've just finished the SCL, dude, yeah. I don't believe that, Sacco. I think you guys are talking absolute rubbish. I don't believe that for 1 second. The absolute smoke being blown up Piggy's ass right now is unprecedented, and I'm going to ban any kind of talk about this. Not unless it comes with a suitable amount of smoke being blown up my ass as well. We've got to wait for voice procs comms. Voice procs will be such a game changer when they finally get it to work. It really will be. I can't believe 2026 and we still can't reliably talk to people in game. Yeah, you need to group up with people. The problem is I can't get this experience after hundreds of hours of this game. You got to group up with people. Like, if you go out and look for that experience regularly, you'd get it. You definitely get it. There's so many people flying Idrises out there, you know? But you got to get... This is what I mean. You got to put in the work to get the best out of the game. And that will be true forever to some degree, because that's just the way the game's designed. You know, logistics is such a big thing. Travel, strategy of like where you're going to be and when, and you know, it's a tactical game on that, in that respect as well. It's not Battlefield. You load in, everybody spawns in the Idris, and you get into a boarding battle. It's like, you know, risk versus reward, and it's people experiencing consequences of their decisions, you know. But, you know, COG is trying to give you those experiences with PvE now as well. They're trying to manufacture those experiences through PvE. So people can get more of these experiences now in PvE, but PvP, it's like any open world PvP game. You don't get those moments all the time. That's what makes open world PvP games so fun and memorable, because you have these epic experiences that aren't common. And then you remember them forever. That's why I've always been drawn to open world multiplayer games, because any single player game or PvE game, you can just repeat those experiences over and over and over, and it's, you know, boring and kind of becomes, you know, not as memorable. But the open world PvP games where it's players interacting with other players in situations that can't ever be repeated again, that's what I love about those kind of games. That's what I love about Star Citizen. Yeah. Don't forget, Details could solo us all 1v1. Exactly. Yeah. Don't forget that, guys. I think he means in PvP, Sam, I could be wrong. What else were we talking about? I've lost my train of thought. Not going to talk about those bullet whiffs, Yeah, well, you know, when your gameplay is being recorded, you're going to catch all the mistakes as well. And I'm not scared of showing them. I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to manufacture some image that I'm what's the word? Infallible gamer. That's boring. I put in my fails and my wins. You guys never remember the wins. It's always the fails. You know, solo like 3 or 4 guys, and then I'll whiff a shot and everyone will be like, potato! What do you mean no comments on Squadron 42? I don't need to talk about that. We're not talking about Squadron, Admiral. I'm confused. Left the train of thought on the freight elevator and it disappeared. Oops, too soon. Got him! Thank you, Piggy. You see, Piggy showing some class here. He's enjoyed the warm smoke you've all blown up his butt, and now he's offering me a little bit of grace as well. He says, I'd like to see anyone play this jank-ass fucking game while streaming to your standard. And pretend they're home delight. Yes. Yeah, it definitely does affect me. When I'm not playing on stream, you know, I'm not just saying this. I definitely am a different kind of player. But most of the time I play, and most of my content is when I'm streaming, so. But there's you know, when I'm gaming, sometimes you'll see me like move my face cam and everything off stream, and that's also, it's to give you guys a better view of what I'm doing, but also it helps me just focus and get into the game during those moments. Yeah, I'm good off stream, March, bad on stream. Exactly. But it's just a world of difference. When I'm playing off stream with my org or something, or just playing off stream, my focus is 100% on the game. When I'm streaming, there's like, you know, 3 or 4 things that my focus is being pulled into multiple different directions at any time. And because that's the kind of streamer I am, it definitely affects the way I play when I'm streaming. Not all the time, but sometimes, you know. Detox is toxic towards me. He called me a deep sea goblin. I've called you worse than that, 4 pigs. Don't you worry about it. 100% streaming stress doesn't let you perform at peak performance. I think it depends on the kind of person you are, you know, because people like Shroud, obviously, well, they're probably not performing at the peak performance, but they're so good that their average is, it still looks really good, right? What's the plan tomorrow? What is the plan tomorrow? Is the game playable? My plan tomorrow will be hopefully to get the Janelite back to Nyx, carry on what I was actually trying to do yesterday and failed and couldn't do. Otherwise, I don't know, I was expecting the game not to be working. I'll have to think about it. What do I want to do? Because obviously I want to continue on with my Zenith crafting. But to do that, I need to do mining. And I don't know if I want to do a mining stream. If you're going to go kill worms, Piggy, is there any reason I need to kill worms? What are you killing worms for? I might just be a Bob tomorrow, maybe. Probably not. Exactly. Distracted chaos, exactly. It's fixed today, I had no problems. Okay, so no more server errors. Components, loot, teeth, pearls. Yeah, I don't need any of those. Do I? Do I need any of those? Probably not. The orc does, I guess, but... I need gold! Gold! Gold, gold, gold! I need high-grade gold. Last thing I need for the Zenith rifle. I'll see how I feel. See what I'm feeling tomorrow. Once I've got my Zenith, we can do Hathor, because then I'm going to start building a Parallax. And we need good Karenite for that, so... Lots of Hathor. I love gold. Gold. So if I can get the Zenith done quick, once that's done, Parallax will be my next goal. And then that means Hathor. I have a reason to do Hathor, which is the ultimate open world piece of gameplay that Star Citizen has. We need more of. Oh god, the Hathor on Monday, Kappa? Yeah, about that. That is an Unga Bunga indeed. I can't sit in comms with 60 people while streaming. I might turn up and fly like Overwatch or something. Kappa, I don't know. We'll see. Come hell or high water. Hey, thank you, Gloom Gun. Pleasure, my friend. Thanks for coming by. Oh my god, really, Sandman? Mike Myers is going to do another Austin Powers? I don't know how I feel about that. Guys, is there a point to craft Zenith if I'll give it to Wicklow for skin? No. Just give him a standard one, can't you? Or does it have to be crafted? We'll be splitting off to smaller groups, hit all the different Southall sites at once. Yeah, I know, true. Hear me out, we sit in comms in peace in the Gladiator and laugh at the chaos. I don't have a Gladiator, that's the next thing. That's next on my list of quests, Higgy. I need to earn money to get to buy the Gladiator again. Yeah, I need to... That's part of my post 4.08 goal. Zenith, Gladiator, Parallax, components. Yeah, well, I don't have any money. I'm a pretty bad Bob. Is there a reason you're going after the Zenith first? I just like the gun, and I think crafted, I think it's quite powerful, Parable. It's quite a good gun anyway. But crafted, I think should be quite nice. It gains like 12%, 15% damage, I think. And it already does pretty good damage. I don't know. I think it's it's just a cool gun. I like the gun is the main thing. Rule of cool. Like if I like the gun, I will. It's like the P8AR in the previous patch. I can make those now, but I don't have the parts. Yeah, Bart, what the hell? Just got my Gladiator back, running cargo, made it real quick. Yeah, I think that's what I might actually do. Go full Bob and cargo haul. I really like my P8SC now with the 12% plus fire rate attachment. P8SC is really good from what I hear. It's pretty meta in CQC. Yeah, I love the Zenith and would love to craft a better one. Yeah, well, I'll let you know how mine goes. I've got a 900 piece of Genelite, 900 piece of Saturix. I just need a high-grade piece of gold, and the Taronite I'm going to take from Org reserves. Apparently there's enough to go around, so... Yeah. 20% if you max out the Zenith. Yeah, 20%. It's big. It's big. 20%. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how it does, and then I'll use it at Hathor, which probably isn't the best place because it overheats quicker, but... Admiral, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. I feel like you're having a different conversation. Or like, I don't know. You're confusing me. You haven't mentioned one question since you've been here, but okay. Crafted P8SC with the Stark 1 comp is the best gun in the game. I don't know about that. Parallax is still the best gun. Parallax is still the most OP and scariest. Or the Atzcaf in the hands of a good player, obviously. But it's definitely P8SC's up there. But like somebody said before, all the FPS guns are, you know, not terrible. Like generally, there's quite a good spread of choices. All right, Admiral, take it easy. Right, yeah, so, right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm probably going to call it there. And I'll be back tomorrow. Will I do it? Oh, I might do another stream tomorrow. Piggy, are you around tomorrow early time? For an afternoon stream or afternoon game? Sesh? Might do a midday stream tomorrow. I think. And then possibly release my video tomorrow evening. Alright, well, maybe we'll do some stuff tomorrow midday, but I don't know what I'm going to do yet. If I will join you for some worm tickling. Cabatoast has guided the raid on Twitch. Thanks, Lanky. Thanks, thanks everybody for coming by today. Really appreciate it. It's been a long stream. Thank you for watching the SCL with me. That was a long one, but it would have been a harder watch without you guys, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming by to watch it with me. Who are we raiding? We're raiding
Detox. Good
Long
night, bitch.
Live Quebec. I don't know who this person is. Never seen them before, but that's where we're going next on Twitch. Stick around on Twitch if you're on YouTube. Oh, before you go, guys, I haven't dropped a single frame with this new internet. Normally, I would have dropped 0.6, 0.5% throughout the stream, but not one dropped frame. So this new internet is killing it. So that's good. That's good. Right, Long Live Quebec's coming up on Twitch. If you're on YouTube and Kick, you have to find your own way there. Thank you so much for coming by today, everybody. I will see you soon. Good night, YouTube. Good night, Kick. Twitch. Stick around for the raid. And I'll